Supervisor Begay, I can't hear you. Were you trying to speak?
All right, Lindsay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you, Chair Horseman.
Thank
I cannot hear Supervisor Begay, though.
Oops, okay, well, hopefully, is she there at the office?
She is.
Hopefully they can get her working. I see Matt's with us, good, I know he had a meeting earlier, so it looks like Matt's with it, so.
Yeah, I just hopped over. I'm going to step away just for a second, but I want to test. Is it working okay, Lindsay?
Sound good, Matt?
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here and I'll be listening, but I have to go grab something in the other room. Okay.
Is Judy, is her computer working and is she all okay? Judy, can you hear us and can you respond?
Good morning, I'm here.
All right, good. Supervisor Fowler, it looks like we've got everybody with us. As long as Judy is up and running, I know she's there at the office, so I just want to make sure her computer's working. Judy, can you respond? Judy? Hopefully, if Sue Brown or Steve or somebody there at the office could go into her office and see. I'm going to go ahead and start the meeting, but I'm hoping somebody's there to make sure we can get Judy's technology working. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Today's Tuesday, April 25th. And this is our regular board meeting of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. Our first order of business is call to order. And with that, my name is Patrice Horstman, and I'm the chair of the Board of Supervisors and the supervisor for District 1. It's a wonderful morning, and there's no W, that which will not be named. So it's a very calm morning this morning. So good time for our community. You have it there? Don't say the name, Matt. We don't want it here. So with that, District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair.
District 3.
Matt Ryan, District 3 representative, not saying that which should not be named other than saying springtime.
It is springtime in Flagstaff.
Yeah, beautiful day.
District 4. Are you able to join us yet? District 4 is having some technical difficulties, but I'm sure she'll be on soon. And District 5.
Yes, good morning. This is Lena Fowler.
District 5 looks like she's on a houseboat there at Lake
I
Powell.
am, and I'm taking a little break, stepped off, and I'm on the beach, just having a meeting with you all, and I shall be back on my boat here soon.
Well,
So,
wish we were there with you.
day.
Very good. So, all right, we're going forward. Our next is to honor our nation with the Pledge of Allegiance. So I'm going to ask those that can stand, please do so. And our clerk is going to put on the pledge and the flag. So here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. So the next item of business is call to the public. And this is the time, this is the opportunity for members of the public to be able to address the board or ask any questions you might have for items that are not specifically on our agenda. Because the open meeting law and because it's not on the agenda, we cannot respond. However, we can either ask administration to take a look at it or put it on a following board meeting for discussion by the whole board. But this is your time, members of the public, to be able to join us and to make comments and to provide information to the board. So with that, I'm going to ask that our clerk, Lindsay Daly, let you know how you can join us at our board meeting this morning. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment, they can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on that icon, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined the meeting by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Thanks, Lindsay.
And at this time, we have no hands raised.
All right. We are second opportunity members of the public. Now is your time. please join us if you have comments or questions you'd like to address here with the board.
I can hear them, but I can't.
And there are no hands raised, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Well, then we are going to proceed with the agenda. But I do note that Supervisor Begay looks like she is with us and no longer has technical difficulties. So
Hello,
Supervisor Begay, would you like to say good morning?
good morning, everyone. Thank you for today and glad to be here today. It's District 4 Supervisor. Can you hear me loud now?
We hear you loud and clear.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Thank you.
We see you too. All right, we're moving on. And so as is standard here, it's always good for us to consider proclamations about things that are happening here, not only in our community, but across this country. We do have a proclamation this morning, consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation declaring May 5th, 2023 as Law Day in Coconino County. Of course, law is near and dear to many of our hearts, and it's great to see a proclamation being presented. I know this is we usually do this about this time of year, and it's usually in conjunction with moot courts with the school districts. And so I know that we have Sid Buckman with us, who's an alternative dispute resolution and conciliation court coordinator, who is going to be with us to read this proclamation. So if you're with us, we look forward to that. And Sid, are you with us?
Yes.
Oh, I do see you're on. So thanks, Sid. Thanks for joining us this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Sid, your volume is very, very low.
Okay, let's see if I can fix that.
Sid, we can't hear you. Now we see you.
I had my volume fixed earlier and now I don't. I apologize. I'm getting some help right now.
Okay.
All right, we'll give you a second. So are there any comments you would like to make, Steve, on this, or we'll just wait till Sid gets his technical difficulties worked out?
If we can wait a moment, we'll see. If not, we'll have an alternate reader for this.
All right.
No, the volume. Volume, no, microphone.
Let's go check with it right now.
I am sorry, maybe I can move.
You know, last year we had with the mock trials there at the Flag Unified School District, it was really interesting. They brought up members of the Arizona Supreme Court, and the Arizona Supreme Court members acted as judges. And some of us, I think Vice Chair Vasquez and I were both there, and it was really interesting. And the students did a great job, and you know, learned a little bit about trial techniques, a little bit about the rules of civil procedure, and what it takes to formulate an argument. And it was really, I think, a great time was really had by all, and really enjoyed it. So, Sid, are you with us yet? No.
Okay. Why don't I?
2 minutes. Seven,
Okay.
2 minutes. Can you hear me?
That's fine.
2 minutes. I'm gonna go to Sharon's. Never mind.
Okay. Any other comments on Law Day? Is this also Love Your Lawyer Day? Is that also what it's called, right? Monique is giving us 2 thumbs up.
Oh, you're absolutely my favorite lawyers.
Perhaps that because we're your only lawyers.
Yeah. Being a middle child, no, I will not respond to that.
Yeah, it shows on occasion, Matt. And you could probably tell I was the oldest.
Oh, you're so right. You're so right.
Which sport I speak?
Oh, there he is. He's
All right.
we see you, Sid. Hopefully we can hear you now.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good. Thank
Yeah.
you. It's good to see you.
Yes, good to see you, Madam Chair. Well, thank you for this opportunity, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors, to talk about Law Day a little bit and then read the proclamation. And thank you for creating the Coconino County Proclamation. Law Day, as if you read in the first paragraph of the proclamation, was instituted in 1958 by President Eisenhower, and then in the early 1960s, 61, Congress declared May 1st as Law Day. And we've been celebrating Law Day in our county since approximately 2005, and we do it on the last or the first Friday of May. And this month it happens to be on May 5th. And several jurisdictions do Law Day differently, and how we do it, we congregate schools together, classes, and we try to stick to local classes because we don't want people to drive 30, 40, or 60 miles to come in and present Law Day. And our committee, which is made up of court people, attorneys, and we create the scenarios that the students present on and in mock trials or moot courts. And it's based on the theme. This year, the theme is Cornerstones of Democracy. And they do a mock trial for approximately about an hour in front of a Superior Court judge or other judges, municipal court judge, who comes in and presides over the trial. They are schooled in how to present at trial and what decorum and how to be in a court by attorneys or local attorneys will volunteer to prep the students in their classrooms 2 to 4 hours. They'll do that. And then to get the students to the courthouse, which this year will be at Superior Court. Last year was at Muni Court. It was so busy here last year, we couldn't have it here, but this year we do, fortunately. And the students are transported by FUSD in their buses, so there's no private way of getting here. In other words, they don't have to spend any time, parents, etc., for them to be here. And it's all I was going to say created, but Trevor Hathaway Baldner, he is one of the teachers at MEMS, and he leads the teachers and leads the component of buses to come and present to the trial courts. We have vendors who come in, and this year we have several vendors, FPD, SO, fire department, let's see, victim witness, and there are 2 others names escape me, but they come in and they have their table set up outside of the jury assembly room. And also in the jury assembly room, we're going to have evidence out there by clerk of the court, and the students get to pass by all of that and meet with the vendors, talk with the vendors, possibly if they're interested in law enforcement, talk with them, or fire department, talk with them. And it's a great day at the courthouse and a great day for the students and for them to learn how to present in the court and learn about the law. We have prizes for drawings. That what I mean by drawings, actual people doing pen and paper, not drawing for something, but they will draw, say, the judge, or draw a witness, or draw a litigant up there and present the drawings to a panel who will then vote on the top 3 of the drawings. And then we also are going to do the newspaper articles. 3 newspaper articles will be created by the students. In other words, the top 3, and then prizes will be given out, which are court admin staff and interns have graciously donated their time to get prizes to give out to the students. That's in a nutshell what goes on Law Day. Approximately the trials will begin at 9 and 9:15. And these classes this year are from MEMS. We always have 4 to 5 classes, but this year it was hard to get even 2 classes because we figure that there were so many snow days, and definitely the schools and the teachers are bogged down and trying to catch up with what they missed. So unfortunately, we only have 2, but we still have 2, and that's great. It's a good turnout. And I urge everyone to come to the courthouse on May 5th at 9 to 9:15 and sit in and see how the students do. They perform very well. They dress appropriately, and it's a good time to be had by all. Do you have any questions before I read the proclamation?
No, I think it'd be good, Sid, if you'd read the proclamation, and then afterwards we'll take a vote, and then after that, we'll see if there are comments or questions, okay?
Okay.
All right,
Sure, thank you.
All right, and thanks for joining us, and please read the proclamation.
Yes, I will. Whereas in 1958, President Eisenhower proclaimed Law Day to honor the role of law in the creation of the United States of America. And in 1961, Congress issued a joint resolution declaring May 1 Law Day. And whereas the theme for Law Day 2023 is cornerstones of democracy, civics, civility, and collaboration. And whereas at times throughout our nation's history, there have been divisions in society aggravated by incivility in public discourse and insufficient understanding about the Constitution and the way American government works. Even the founding generation overcame deep divisions to craft our great charter of government. And whereas all Americans must remember, as President Lincoln proclaimed, we are not enemies, but friends. Though passion may have strained, it must not break our bonds of affection. And whereas members of the legal profession should lead the way in promoting collaboration to overcome our differences and resolve our disputes so that we may strengthen the bonds of affection between citizens and ensure all Americans understand how our constitutional order protects the blessings of liberty. And whereas we encourage all Americans to work together to overcome our differences, resolve our disputes, and preserve our democracy and republic. Now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim May 5, 2023 as Law Day in Coconino County. We urge everyone to observe this day by renewing their commitment to civic engagement, civility, and collaboration.
You're muted.
Thank you for reading that. And with that, and before we take comments, I am going to ask for a motion to approve the proclamation designating May 5th as Law Day here in Coconino County. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of declaring May 5th as Law Day in Coconino County signify by saying aye.
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 All right, it is approved. So with that, are there any comments or questions from members of the board? Supervisor Ryan.
Sure, Madam Chair. Actually, it's how apropos in current day to have the words in this proclamation. And it really is, it resonates well. And it's a good opportunity for everybody to be reminded of how important our Constitution is and working together to overcome our differences. Beyond that, though, speaking about what Law Day is and what Sid and many people in the justice system have joined together to do, it's a very dynamic day. And it's really neat to have that chance to show people how important our various professions are and what they mean to our communities and to bring the students together. So it is something really special, as you were pointing out earlier, Madam Chair. So happy to declare this particular proclamation or approve it. And they're my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for bringing this proclamation to us. It's exciting to hear all the great things that the courts are doing, especially with youth. My daughter last month had the opportunity to go with Coconino High School to the courts and spend a day there. And she came back really impressed and really excited and inspired. And so I thank you for all your work, working with youth, inspiring people for the next generation of folks in our law system, and really applaud this proclamation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions? I'll make a comment if nobody else wants to, but yes, obviously, thank you, Sydney, for bringing this. And it was really fun to participate last year as well as in other prior years. And having spent 42 years in the legal system, I certainly understand the importance and the need to declare Law Day, not only in Coconino County, but in the United States. Rule of law is the absolute cornerstone of our democracy. It is what makes our country unique, and it is what we need to continue to promulgate, especially with our young people. So it's so cool that you do this. It's so great that you get our schools involved and the students involved with your Law Day Moot Court program. So thank you for all the work you do with that, Sid, and also others in the legal profession who give it their time to really make a wonderful Law Day program with our school districts. So thanks, Sid, for the work you do on this.
You're welcome.
Comments?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Every day is a legal day. Everything that we do has to be legal in some way, morally or in the courts or something. But we know when it comes to needing a lawyer, and which we do at the county in all facets, that all of our work, just the county attorney's office and all the legal staff that are part of our organization, they all have to make sure that they are they're making sure it's all legal. So, and watching out for our residents and all the services that we provide. The flood district, just want to appreciate all the work that our legal staff does, and just really the community service that you all provide in the schools as well as just out in the community. So just want to thank you, and thank you for this proclamation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Others? Supervisor Begay?
Madam Chair, thank you so much for giving this opportunity to speak to the Law Day in Coconino County. I think it's very, very important that, you know, as it's spelled out in the proclamation, that all those have to be addressed and dealt with, and that, you know, we need to resolve our disputes, you know, to really straighten, you know, the bonds and working relationships with everybody and just be there for one another. So it means a lot, you know, to have Law Day because there are so many aspects of it, and there are so many ways to deal with certain situations that come about where families all the way down to even our offices are concerned. So I just want to thank Mr. Bookman in reading the proclamation for us, you know, to address and to consider. And so I thank you so much, and it's been approved. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Begay. Any other comments from you, Sid, on this, or from the county?
I want to second what Matt said, and the proclamation and the words in it couldn't be more apropos for our particular time in our nation.
Very good. Thank you. Any comments from the county? Hearing or seeing none. Good luck on the Law Day and the moot court activities, Sid. And I'm sure we'll probably hear about it more from community members. So thanks again for all you do.
Thank you for your time.
So moving along, members of the board, we have a consent agenda. And we have a number of items on the consent agenda, as you know, and just to inform the public, items on the consent agenda are more administrative or ministerial in nature. They can be handled through a single motion and a single vote. and they are not set out for individual review or discussion. If, however, the board does want to discuss a specific item, we can remove it from the consent agenda for individual discussion and then an individual motion and vote on that item. So we have members of the board before us, items 2 through 12. I would like to remove number 5 because there was a typo on that, so we need to make a correction. And I'd also like to remove item 9 on the Slayton Ranch Road Improvement Project and 10 on the Mount Eldon Lookout Road and Schultz Creek Road Improvement Project, just for information and for discussion. So I have those 3 items that I would like to remove. Members of the board, do you have other items you would like to remove? Seeing none, I would then entertain a motion that we approve consent agenda items 2 through 12, removing items 5, 9, and 10. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Second the motion.
Motion by Supervisor Begay, second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is
Aye.
unanimous. So members of the board, we have removed item number 5, consideration of possible action to approve resolution 2023-18, approving the final plat of the Walnut Creek Meadows subdivision with subject property located on the east side of Loop Road, approximately 1.25 miles north of the intersection of Townsend Winona Road, identified as assessor's parcel number 30333-006G, case number SUB-23-012. And I'm going to turn this over to our county manager because I understand that the resolution number is incorrect. Is that correct, Steve?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's what we've been advised. So we would need to make that change. Let's see, is Jay on?
No, I think Jay is there. Jay.
County Manager and Madam Chair, good morning. Thank you for taking this item off so we could correct it. So the resolution is correct, but the agenda title is incorrect. It should read 2023-15 and not 18.
All right. So at this point, unless there are other questions from members of the board, I would entertain a motion to approve a revised resolution number 2023-15, approving the final plat of the Walnut Creek Meadows subdivision with the subject property located on the east side of Loop Road as more fully set forth in the agenda as I have more fully stated. Do I have a motion to approve resolution 2023-15?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Vice Chair, second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of approving resolution 2023-15, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, thank you very much for the correction. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. So is Supervisor Fowler with us? I didn't hear from her and I don't see her on. Lindsay, can you verify whether we've
Yes.
lost Supervisor Fowler?
We have lost Supervisor Fowler. Her computer is restarting, so she'll be joining back shortly.
All right, I did not hear her on that vote, so just for the record. Item number 9. Item number 9 is consideration of possible action to approve the Slayton Ranch Road Rio de Flag Crossing Improvement Project, not currently in the approved 10-year capital improvement plan, in an estimated construction cost for the project of $850,000, and number 2, an $850,000 budget adjustment request for the fiscal year 2023 capital improvement program through the Road Maintenance Sales Tax Fund. And I asked to have this removed. I know this is in District 3, this is actually in District 4. I wrote it down wrong. This is in District 4. The only reason I'm asking to have it approved is I know what's happened there because of the flooding on Slayton Ranch Road, and thought this would be a good update to provide to members of our public. So I see that Public Works Director Christopher Tressler is with us. So would you mind just giving us an overview on this project, please?
Chair Horseman. So Public Works, as soon as this incident happened, Public Works began working with the Army Corps of Engineers and other engineering partners to develop a fix for this area. We're going to upgrade the culvert, create considerably more capacity for this crossing. We expect the project, funding and everything else comes through. We expect to be constructing this project this May and have it completed before the next monsoon season. It's a very unfortunate situation, and we're excited that we've been able to move so quickly, and our contractors and suppliers have been able to help us prioritize this project so we can restore access to this portion of Slayton Ranch Road. We know it's created considerable detour for people and an inconvenience, and we apologize for that. We're excited to report that we should have this project completed in the next 6 to 8 weeks.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that update. I think that's important for the public to know. Supervisor Begay, do you have any comments on this?
Yes, Madam Chair. It's unfortunate that, that this happened right in District 4, and this is a county road, and that I think that we need to alleviate anything happening again. I think as a county, we really need to assess all our roads to ensure that they are safe and that, we're free of liabilities, if anything. We were very, very lucky that, nothing happened. I did talk to the driver. She came up to me and said, I was the driver to that bus. And she said, it kind of gets to her off and on, she's thinking about the kids that might have been in there, but she was on her way to the first pickup when this whole thing happened. So I really would like to ask everyone, if there's any county roads out there, have it assessed, make sure that, they're safe, and that, we're not, reacting to something that has happened. So we were very lucky, and I'm glad that, Chris and others were there. I made 2 visits there, double check, talked to some people there, and, they feel the same way. So I just want to say thank you to Chris and his staff, for just getting on right away and, starting to look for funds, and that was shared with me. So thank you, Chris, and you and your staff.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other comments, or I would entertain a motion to approve the Slayton Ranch Road Rio de Fly Crossing Improvement Project as set forth, and also to increase the fiscal year 2023 capital improvement program budget in the amount of $850,000 as set forth in the agenda item. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All right, thank you. Good. Supervisor Fowler has been able to rejoin us.
Yeah, my computer all of a sudden started restarting.
I think it's technology problem morning is what it sounds like. So fingers crossed we can get through the rest of the meeting. So
It's that word that I can't say.
It's really nice here. So don't send it this way. All right. Members of the board, we have item number 10, and this is from District 1. This is consideration and possible action to approve the Mount Eldon Lookout Road Schultz Creek Crossing Improvement Project, not currently in the approved 10-year capital improvement plan, with the estimated construction cost for the project of $1,850,000 and an $823,000 budget adjustment for fiscal year 2023 capital improvements program through the Road Maintenance Sales Tax Fund. I did ask for this to be removed. Once again, I think it's a very important project that is being undertaken by Public Works for our community. And I wanted to let, besides the board knowing about this, is our community to know about this. So once again, I'm going to turn this over to our Public Works Director, Christopher Tressler, for information. Please, Christopher.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. So this project, again, is somewhat unexpected. The city of Flagstaff was able to construct the flood mitigation basins upstream of Mount Eldon Lookout Road quite quickly. And that has compelled the county to jump in line, and we're happy to do so. This road crossing across a county road, it's a unique situation where the county maintains the road, but the Forest Service maintains the right of way on this road. So there was considerable coordination that needed to take place with the Forest Service with respect to the NEPA. And that process is coming to a close. It's an open comment period right now. There's been a public notice about the project and the findings and the impact the Forest Service estimates the project will have on the resources in the area. It seems like there is a minimal impact and that we'll be able to negotiate this project through there. But that public comment period doesn't end until the first part of May. And we expect to be able to go to construction as soon as we finalize that process with the Forest Service. We also had considerable coordination with the Kinder Morgan gas line. It's a regional gas line that's really significant, and it runs parallel to Mount Eldon Lookout Road to Schultz Pass Road. And the design and engineering included some pretty extensive work with Kinder Morgan and the gas line and protecting that resource. So we've been working since this last monsoon season to bring this project forward. And we're excited that similarly to the Slayton Ranch Road project, that we should be able to construct this project before the next monsoon season starts. And we saw a lot of water come out of the forest this year with snow melt. Had spectacular amount of snow fall this year. And frankly, it would have been better if we could have got this project done sooner, but the timing just didn't work out. So we expect flows like we saw this year, this spring season, to be able to flow underneath the road in the future once this project is constructed. And we expect to see less of an impact during monsoonal storm events as well. It's in a really important crossing. We recognize that this is the only access in and out of Mount Eldon Estates, and it's a common theme throughout many parts of the county where there's single accesses, and we're working with the community and all of these areas to help identify and further conversations so that we don't have just a single access point. But that's the latest on that project, Chair Horseman.
Thank you for that update, Christopher. And since this is in District 1, I'll make a few comments on this as well. Absolutely, we really appreciate Public Works getting out there on this. The pipeline fire and the post-wildfire flooding really has created some problems on this road. The spring's runoff season really deteriorated the road even more. And quite frankly, not only just did incredible runoffs along the road and interfered with people being able to cross the road, but it has done some substantial damage to the roadway itself. So it's great that this project is underway. And I want to thank members of the community, those that, including Museum of Northern Arizona and other private property owners there, for really working with Public Works to make sure we get this done and we get it done right and get this improvement done for the folks at the Mount Eldon area. And also just want to state that there will be a public meeting to discuss this and the improvements on May 11th at 6:30, a community meeting at Secret School. So for members of the public, for more information, please join us for the community meeting. So any other comments or questions from members of the board?
Yes, if I may, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, Supervisor.
Just a quick comment. Christopher, I really appreciate how the department has been able to pivot. These are times have changed. Not only that, but we're back with a unique year, but it's a year that it shows us areas that gives you a chance as a department to take a look at crossings that, it's when these big events happen that it really affects the community. So I appreciate the work the department has done, and you've done in pivoting to help these communities out. And it's really good to initiate a conversation as best as possible to try and find more than one, entrance and exit to a community. Sometimes we can't. Communities have been made, in a historic fashion. Well, in unique places, we go back to the Code of the West and how Arizona law is written. And it puts a lot of burden on the private property owners. But even so, it's worth the conversation to explore and see if we can find opportunities. And I appreciate your department looking at that. And so, Madam Chair, I'll help you with the motion if you need that.
I think we're ready for, and I don't see any other comments. And so I think we're ready for a motion, Supervisor Ryan.
So, Madam Chair, I move that we approve the Mount Eldon Lookout Road Schultz Creek Crossing Improvement Project, not currently in the approved 10-year capital improvement plan, with an estimated construction cost for the project of $1,850,000 and a $823,020 budget increase for the fiscal year 2023 capital improvement program through the road maintenance sales tax fund.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of the motion as read, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So thank you. And thank you, Christopher. And thanks for being with us this morning and explaining to the public about these two really important projects undertaken by Public Works. Appreciate your help. We are moving along, and our next item is we need to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have such a motion?
So move.
Supervisor Fowler's made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Go ahead.
A
Yeah,
second by
we got
Vice Chair. All those in favor, being the Jail District Board of Directors, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
We are now the Jail District Board of Directors. We have a consent agenda item, number 13. Consideration of possible action to approve addendum 1 to the independent contract with WellPath LLC to amend quantity and type of staffing, the hours for certain staffed positions, and the monthly compensation amounts that were originally provided for, and amend the annual amount of $3,984,299.50 in fiscal year 23. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda item?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair, second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous.
I have a comment. I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Trying to figure out what fund is being used on this particular request.
Madam Chair,
County Manager.
this is funded by the jail district. So this is the jail district expense. And so that's why we're formed as the jail district at this time. So it is entirely funded by the jail district.
Pass.
All right, we have a motion. The second, did we vote? We did not vote. We did
Madam
vote.
Chair, you did vote.
Thanks, Valerie. I'm glad somebody's paid attention.
Madam Chair, I wanted to say yes, but I got in trouble the last time I did that.
I was telling you no.
All right, well, we've done that. Now we have to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors?
So move.
Motion made Judy Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are now the Board of Supervisors, and we have a public hearing. We have two of them. Both of them have to do with liquor license, and not a surprise, both come from District 3. So let's go to our first public hearing this morning. This is public hearing, consideration, and possible recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding a new liquor license application number 236995, Series 11, Hotel Motel with Restaurant for Village Camp Outdoor Resort located at 5560 Forest Service Road, 171 in Belmont, Arizona, 86015. The agent of this is Jeffrey Craig Miller. This is a public hearing. I am going to turn this over to our clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, to present on this item. Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. And we did receive the liquor license application from the state. Again, this is for Agent Craig Miller for a Series 11 Hotel Motel liquor license application for the Village Camp Outdoor Resort, which is a new development out in Belmont and Supervisor District 3, located at 5560 Forest Service Road 171. And I did go out and do the posting myself at the location. The posting has been up of this public hearing and a copy of the application for more than 20 days now. We have not received any comments or concerns regarding the application. We did provide it to the Sheriff's Office, Health District, Community Development Department, and Risk Manager for their review of the application, and they do not have any concerns regarding the application. The board does not issue the license for the agent, but makes its recommendation to the state based on knowledge of the area and the community that the liquor license is being applied for. And the agent, Jeffrey Craig, was planning to be here, but I do not see him in the audience.
All right, very good. Members of the board, before we open this up to a public hearing, I want to turn this to the board. The board has any comments or questions at this time? Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, Lindsay, you might want to check because they had a couple people, not just the agent, that were going to come.
Yes,
today.
I see Amy here. So I have given permission to Amy to go ahead and speak.
And before I comment, Madam Chair, I prefer to get an opportunity for the applicant to comment.
Thank you so much. And I'm glad the applicant is with us. So at this time, Amy, I don't know your last name, and if you wouldn't mind, it looks like you've been promoted. Please feel free to present to the board.
Okay, well, my name's Amy Nations. I'm with Arizona Liquor Industry Consultants, and Craig Miller is my business partner, but he had a conflicting meeting today and was unable to attend. So I'm here to answer any questions about the application that you may have. And I believe the applicant is also attending as well.
Well, would be a time if you want to give us just a real brief overview on the hotel motel for a Village Camp Outdoor Resort. Just kind of give us just a brief overview on what it is and what you're planning to do.
I probably should let the applicant answer those questions.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Sure. And is the applicant with us? And I have Village Camp Outdoor Resort as the applicant. And I guess the owner is Pine Valley Resort. I do not have a name, but maybe you can help us there, Amy.
And Teddy was going to come, I believe.
Yes. Scott Roberts is a controlling person. And I was told that he would be attending also. Basically, what they're doing is putting out a camping type facility as a hotel where they'll be serving and meals and alcohol, as well as providing hotel, room service, that type of business.
All right, very good. Is Scott Roberts with us? If not, I'll turn this over to Matt Ryan, because I know Matt has had conversations and probably can also provide some information.
I do not see Scott on, Supervisor Ryan, if it might be a different name.
Ask them to raise their hand, just see, they have multiple potential reps coming. It
If
depended
anyone-
on who.
Yeah, if anyone from Village Camp is here, if you can please raise your hand by hitting the raise hand icon so we can promote you.
All right.
Well, I'm gonna try.
Supervisor Ryan, you want to give, feel free, make some comments. And then we'll
Ma-
open it up for public hearing.
Okay, I'm on the, yeah, I'm unmuted. So I actually reached out to Village Camp and you know, they were kind. They had different representatives trying to reach out to me. So we played phone tag and text. You know, I'll read this into the record. Teddy Harrison with the Camp Outdoor Resorts called and they're hoping to do a hotel license with the restaurant and would be able to serve all of our property when the construction will be completed. And right now they're under construction of their clubhouse. Let's see, they're hoping to have that completed by August of this year. And they're looking forward to opening up the resort in Belmont. And so it's a broader use of alcohol, but they have more control within their grounds, multiple features associated with it, an appropriate license for what's being approved. It's a professional operation. We all, if you've driven by Belmont, you can see that they're coming forward. Madam Chair, I don't see a problem with the license. And as noted by Lindsay, we did have a review by the Sheriff's Office, the Health District, Community Development and Risk Management. The really neat thing, you know, I want to convey is this particular area went through review almost the same time that I want to say phase 2 of Flagstaff Meadows went through. And then we had another rendition of what it would be to this final vision of what they're creating with it. But a professional operation that's coming in to make the appropriate improvements while they're also connected to the sewer system out there. Just I've been impressed by what they've done and how they're approaching it, investing appropriately. That's not under review, but what they're doing, what they're bringing to the community is when we're giving consideration for the approval, and they have been my communications and my observations over the years. But we still need to go through the hearing to hear from the public as well, Madam Chair.
All right. Thanks, Supervisor Ryan, for your comments, and Amy for the information provided. Members of the public, this is a public hearing for the consideration of an Arizona liquor license regarding a new application for a Series 11 hotel motel with restaurant for the Village Camp Outdoor Resort, which is located in Belmont, Arizona, as indicated. And now is the time, members of the public, for you to be heard. And our clerk is going to explain how you can join us for this public hearing this morning. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment during this public hearing for this liquor license, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen. If you hover towards the bottom, it looks like a hand and says raise hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined the meeting by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, Chair, I have no hands raised.
All right, members of the public, this is last call. This is your time to be heard on this public hearing. Please join us if you have any comments to make.
And there are no hands raised.
All right, very good. Then I'm closing the public hearing. We are back for further comments or questions from members of the board. Any comments, members of the board? I'll make a comment just to note that this sounds like an exciting project. It sounds like a great project for Belmont. And it sounds that there have been, that they have met all of the legal requirements and the notice requirements for this. And as indicated by Lindsay Daly, there have been no objections being made for this. And so at least from my perspective, I see no reason not to go ahead and encourage and recommend that Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control issue a new liquor license on this. Any other comments or questions from the board?
I'm prepared for the motion, Madam Chair.
Then I would entertain a motion, Supervisor Ryan.
And I'll note for similar reasons that you expressed as well as my earlier comments that I move that we approve or we recommend approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding the application number 236995 for a series 011 hotel and motel with restaurant license for Village Camp Outdoor Resort.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of recommending the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control a new liquor license for Village Camp Outdoor Resorts, please signify by saying aye.
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 It's unanimous. So best of luck, Amy, to you and to Scott Roberts and to the crew
Thank
there. And we hope to see you out there.
Thank you. I hope to be out there soon.
All right, very good. Thank you. Members of the board, number 15, public hearing, again, consideration and possible recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding the new liquor license application 23800 series 007 beer and wine bar for the Roseros Wine Cellar located at 90 Pinewood Boulevard in Munns Park. Agent is Leslie Robin Del Mastero. Is that correct? How you pronounce it? And I see she's with us. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Del Maestro.
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having us.
So members of the board, this is also out of District 3. And so I am going to start by turning this over to the clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, who will present on this item.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. We received this liquor license application from the state, and this is for Agent Leslie Robin Del Maestro. She's applying for a new liquor license application for a Series 7 beer and wine bar. And the location is at 90 Pinewood Boulevard in Munns Park, which again is in District 3, Supervisor Ryan's district. And the Sheriff's Office did do a hearing notice and copy of the application posted at the site, which has been up for 20 days. We have not received any comments or concerns regarding the application. We also sent the application over to our Sheriff's Office, Community Development Department, Health Department, as well as our risk manager for review. They do not have any concerns regarding the application. And again, the board does not issue the license, but does make a recommendation to the state as to whether the application should be approved or not, based off of knowledge of the area.
All right, very good. Thank you. And Lindsay, appreciate that. And before we open this to the public hearing, Supervisor Ryan, would you like to introduce the agent on this or make any comments? Members of the board, now would be the time also for us to ask any questions. So Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, I did have a quick conversation with Leslie yesterday. And, I told her she has the opportunity to comment if she would like to relate it to the application. I think it'd be better for her to speak to the application first before commenting, but encourage her to tell us about what she's going to do here.
Very good. Well, thank you for joining us this morning, Leslie, and please let us know a little bit about the project.
Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be here with you today. My name is Leslie Del Maestro, and my husband Dave Del Maestro and my father Mark Del Maestro are also in the Zoom with us as well. We are in the process of opening a beer and wine tasting room in Munns Park called Rosario's Wine Cellar. We actually began talking about this dream about 5 years ago, and it began with me and my husband touring local wine tasting rooms where we'd end up spending most of the time talking about the things we would do if we had our own place. So fast forward to last fall, we were introduced to the owner of the property at 90 Pinewood Boulevard, who had expressed his interest in selling. We were already part-time residents in the Munns Park area, so we felt that that was the perfect opportunity and the start of Rosario's. So Rosario is my husband's grandfather, who actually introduced his love for wine to my husband. Basically ever since my husband could remember when he was young, he'd have a glass of wine with his grandfather and they would talk and laugh. And Rosario has since passed, but we felt this was a great way to honor him and the relationship that he had with my husband. Our vision for Rosario's will be a speakeasy style setting. Picture like velvet couches, timeless inspiration, live music. We'll do tasting events. We're really looking forward to community involvement and, of course, great music. We're excited to share our space with you and hopefully become an unforgettable destination spot.
Very good. Thank you for that overview, Leslie. So
thank you.
Supervisor Ryan, any comments, questions, and then I'll open it up to the rest of the board before we open it up to our public hearing.
Well, Madam Chair, as you can see and understand, and a fellow wine lover, you can see this would be a really neat niche opportunity in the community of Munns Park and Pinewood. And so, before going through recommendations, we have to go to the hearing, but I can see it would be a compliment to the community. I don't see conflict associated with it. And again, we've had our review from the Sheriff's Office, Health District, Community Development and Risk Management. So they've crossed the T's and dotted the I's, and that's what I see with this, Madam Chair.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments or questions? If not, I'll open it to a public hearing. And members of the public, this is a public hearing on the recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding a new liquor license application for a beer and wine bar for Rosario's Wine Cellar located in Munns Park. And now is the time for you to be heard on this. So with that, I'm going to ask our clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, to explain to the public how they can join us for the public hearing. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment during this public hearing for this liquor license application, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen. If you hover towards the bottom, it looks like a hand and says raise hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined the meeting by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, we have no hands raised.
All right, members of the public, this is it. This is your final call to be heard on this new liquor license application and our recommendation to the Liquor License Board. So any other comments, members of the community? Now's your time.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
All right, very good. Then at this time, I am closing our public hearing, taking it back to the board. And Supervisor Ryan, I'm going to bring it back to you, and then I'll see if there are other comments from other board members.
Madam Chair, as noted in earlier comments, we have no conflict associated with the recommendation to move forward. In other words, it really looks like it fits the community, is compatible, it's gone through appropriate review by our various departments, and we don't have any conflicting public comment either. So when it comes time for the recommendation, I'll make a recommendation of approval, Madam Chair.
Very good. And just a note, I will note also that it seems that all of the legal requirements have been met. No comments from members of the public. no concerns from our departments. And it appears from the comments from Supervisor Ryan to meet all of the positive public benefits for members of the community. And sounds like a very exciting wine bar. And quite frankly, I look forward to going out there. We just need to find out when it's going to be open. And please keep us informed. And congratulations to your family for going forward on their dreams. That's very exciting.
Thank you so much.
So members of the board, any other comments from members of the board? Otherwise, I'm going to entertain a motion. Supervisor Ryan, I'm going to entertain a motion from you.
Madam Chair, I move that we recommend approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding the application number 238000 for a series 007 beer and wine bar for Rosario Wine Cellar.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Vice Chair Vasquez?
Second.
All right, motion and second. All those in favor of approving a recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control for Rosario's Wine Cellar, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Leslie and your family, congratulations.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
All right. Members of the public, we're moving on. All right, this is a consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2023-17, urging Honorable Governor Katie Hobbs and members of the Arizona House of Representatives and members of the Arizona Senate to provide water certainty to rural Arizona by passing legislation on groundwater stewardship areas in the 2023 legislative session. And County Manager, I'll turn this to you, or do you want me to turn this to Keith?
Yes, Madam Chair, Keith Burkus from Government Affairs will be presenting the item with you.
Good. Keith, take it away.
Great. First of all, let me check, is my audio working?
We hear you loud and clear. Even
Okay,
speak.
great. So what you have before you is a resolution to provide water certainty to rural Arizona by passing recommending that the governor and the legislature pass legislation to enable local groundwater stewardship areas. And the board has passed a similar resolution a year ago, and now there is some legislation forward that meets some of those requirements. There's a bill by Biasucci and a Senate companion bill by Senator Borelli that would probably fit some of this. And so I'm not going to go into great detail, but the idea is that in areas where water is unregulated, that sometimes it's just the deepest straw pulls the water and there's no regulation. So this is a step different than in the urban areas, they have active management areas, but this proposal would do sort of a halfway measure, which is something called groundwater stewardship areas, which would allow rural communities to have some regulation of water and be able to work in a way that allows for there to be a water policy. So someone else might read the resolution, or if it's required, I can read it at some point. But what I'll do is probably leave it at that, but I'll entertain any questions if people have questions on it. So.
All right, very good. And if I could just add a little bit, this was, as you know, members of the board, I sit on the groundwater working group, and with a number of our counties here in northern Arizona. And we were requested by Mojave, La Paz, and Yavapai to consider this resolution for Coconino County. These three other counties have already approved this resolution. We have approved a broader resolution which supports our requests for our local rural counties to have control over groundwater. And this is just a continuation of that, as Keith stated. So we are joining our other counties here, rural counties, in requesting that the legislature finally approve legislation to allow local counties to have control over their water, over their future, and to revise our groundwater laws. So that's what this is about. Any other comments or questions from members of the board?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's very consistent with the resolution that we passed earlier. And my understanding is it's also helping to raise additional attention. Now, whether we get the legislation, it's not strong, but if we put an additional emphasis on the importance also to have a new governor in office with focus in the rural areas, it also has an expression of commitment from the Department of Water Resources associated with this as well. So it's very in line with that. It makes sense to do this at this point, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Other comments or questions from members of the board? Vice Chair Vasquez.
No, I'm good. I just approve that
Okay.
I agree that we do need some more attention on our groundwater, and so I hope this legislation can get through. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I really appreciate this resolution. You know, the Board of Supervisors has had this position for many years, and it's really good to have finally have a legislation and a governor that possibly might be able to approve it. And it's right in line with our position, and it would really help us in our region. I think you're really listening to music. Thank you. I just realized that.
Is that William Tell Overture in the background?
Yeah. It was a very dramatic presentation.
It was.
I had to put the music on. So, so anyway, I didn't mean to. I just realized as I was talking. So anyway, yes, I'm very supportive of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we any other comments? Supervisor Begay, you're going to make the motion?
I will. I just want to say thank you. I think this is warranted for a long time, to really do this. And I think a lot of times, issues at hand that we need to really collaborate and with other counties is going to have a stronger stand or a stronger voice. And I think this is one of them. And I'm thankful that this has come before the board. And so I just want to say, yes, we have to do our own have to have a real groundwater management policies, and so we can control, everything as far as managing our water. So I'm really thankful this is here before us, and I make a motion that we approve this particular item to approve the 2317, urging Honorable Governor Katie Hobbs and the House of Representatives and members of the Arizona Senate to provide water certainty to rural Arizona to start, with the passing of legislation for local groundwater stewardship areas.
We have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair. Yep.
Sorry.
No, that's good.
Vice Chair Vasquez is second the resolution. All those in favor of resolution number 2023-17, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. And Keith, would you please prepare this for signature? And then we do need to get this off to the legislature and the governor's office, as well as to the active water group on this, so they know we've passed this as well. Appreciate that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, members of the board, we are proceeding. We must now resolve as the flood control. Do we want to take a 5-minute break before we go to the flood control district? Does that sound good let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll go to the flood control district. So 5 minutes. All right, members of the board, let me know when you're back on.
Andrew, if you want to accept the promotion, there you go. Thank you.
I see our flood control district director is with us. Good morning, Lucinda.
Good morning.
Hello, Andrew. Good to see you this morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good to see you as well.
We took a 5-minute break. I don't know, maybe they aren't coming back. Members of the board, there she is. Supervisor Fowler's back.
With my music.
All right, other board members. Are you back? Vice Chair, are you with us? There's Supervisor Begay. Supervisor Ryan? Well, the W has picked up over here. I don't know. Matt, I think, sent it down our way. Matt, Geronimo. I've got a herd of deer out here in my front part of my yard with some new little baby deer out there.
Great.
Yeah.
It's that time of year.
Yep, spring's here. Okay. Let's see here. I will text to Geronimo to see if he'll get back. Somebody would let Matt know. This is kind of an important item, so I want to make sure that we have our board with us. So oh, well, we have Matt back.
Sorry about that. It's that time of year that you walk away for 5 minutes and you have 4 other conversations, you know.
No more breaks for Matt. No more breaks for Matt.
You know, did you know all of the women were back on time. I just want to point that out, okay?
I said, you did a great job. That's what I'll say.
All right, well, we're all back. That's the good news. All right, members of the board, before we took our break, we were going to entertain a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have such a motion?
So move.
Supervisor Follow, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of resolving as the Flood Control District Board of Directors indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So we are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Members of the board, this is number 17. We had started this discussion during our last meeting. This is consideration and possible action to approve a sole source procurement of and letter of engagement with Gus Rosenfeld, PLC, to serve as the district's legal counsel and to authorize the chair of the district's board of directors to sign the letter of engagement with the effective date of the engagement as April 26, 2023. This is a legal engagement for the Flood Control District Board of Directors, just point of information. That is the item before us. I see our Flood Control District Director and Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani is here to speak to this. And I also see that the attorney for Gus Rosenfeld, Andrew McGuire, is also with us this morning. So thank you both for being with us this morning. And Lucinda, please take it away.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Directors. Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you. As you noted, Chair, this item did come forward at the last Board of Directors meeting a week ago, and there was a decision that in the discussion with the county attorney that he wanted to provide a disengagement letter, which is now within your packet. And there was also a minor change made, minor but important change made to the engagement letter to add a signature line for the chair. As a brief recap, because the materials are in your packet, we're pursuing this. As you know, in discussions with the county attorney, their resources are limited right now, as well as the Flood Control District does have some specific issues that do require a certain level of expertise related to special districts. Gus Rosenfeld has a very strong, long history of engagement with special districts from the beginning of the legislation of many types of special districts. And the county has utilized their legal services in that arena and other arenas for many, many years. I know when I began 18 years ago, probably one of the first attorneys I worked with was Fred Rosenfeld, and always had a very positive experience, very responsive, very good to work with. So they bring a full range of legal services, many of which we may need over the next several years, not only to deal with flood mitigation, but the rest of the business of the Flood Control District, floodplain management, bond counsel potentially, and other things. So I'm really pleased to bring this forward and recommend the approval of this sole source procurement as well as the letter of engagement. I would like to now introduce Andrew McGuire. Andrew is a partner with Gus Rosenfeld and serves as the head of their public law service. So he's very well acquainted with working with municipalities, counties, special districts throughout the state of Arizona and perhaps in other states as well. They now have a fairly broad footprint across the country. So certainly he is here. Andrew, if you'd like to make any comments or if board of directors have any questions, I'm sure he'd be happy to entertain those as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda, for the warm introduction. I sit through lots of public meetings as the board does, so I'm just going to offer myself for questions and be happy to answer anything that anyone has.
All right, thank you. And thanks for being with us this morning, Andrew. And just to add a couple of things in here, Monique, I don't know if you have any comments you would like to make. Members of the board, in your packet, we do have the disengagement of legal representation from our county attorney. I think that was a discussion of our last board meeting. We do have that, as well as a copy of the letter from Gus Rosenfeld on their legal representation and the terms of their engagement. So we do have the documents in our packet and the overview of the reasons for the sole source procurement as being recommended. That is the specialization in special district law, also their background and experience of working with Coconino County, and their background and experience of working with other flood control districts in the state of Arizona, showing that they do have unique expertise in a very specialized field, which is why this is being presented as a sole source procurement. Just for the record, I will find that this does meet the requirements of a sole source procurement. Any other comments or questions from members of the board?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, and just noting in the letter of disengagement, is with the exceptions of, and I'll read it just so it's in the record. Negotiations with Aubrey's and their attorney, Tevis Reich, regarding the easement that runs through their property in Wapaki Trails neighborhood. Should this matter fail to resolve through informal negotiations, the county attorney's office will withdraw, and the flood control district may handle the matter through condemnation counsel. And it's there just in case, but it was a unique piece. Otherwise, it's a disengagement so that we can have the contract with Gus Rosenfeld. And I too have many fond memories of just listening to Fred and his guidance. But also noting, the floods and the emergencies have put such a burden on the attorney's office. Monique, if you've had to, not only deal with the county items that we have in many other areas beyond that, but these emergencies have brought in this level of engagement that we need that far exceeds what would be typical. And so it makes absolute sense that we would proceed in this way and have a reputable firm, noting Andrew representing us so that we can work through these emergencies that we're dealing with as it relates to the flood control district. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan, for those comments. Other comments or questions? And Monique, did you have anything you wanted to add to this?
Madam Chairperson, members of the board, I have nothing to add. I just want to thank Supervisor Ryan for his kind words, and also want to say that County Attorney Bill Ring has been involved every step of the way, and he's on board even though he's not able to be with us today. And so that's all I wanted to say.
All right. And County Manager, do you have anything you'd like to add to this?
Madam Chair, again, County Manager's Office fully supports the recommended action from the Flood Control District.
Okay. All right. Any comments from members of the board? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I am supportive of this, and just with the understanding that our county attorney's office, our county attorney is supportive of this. He's written the letter, and we've had meetings about it. So, and the flood district really does need a legal representation. So, with that understanding, I'm supportive of this. Thank you.
All right, very good. Well, members of the board, some other Supervisor Begay.
Yes, yes, thank you. I do. My colleagues have made comments, and I do totally agree with their comments. And our school district in Tuba City, I used the law firm also, so it was always something that was that came out positive, and they really assist us. So I know that this firm, as far as working with them on a professional level as a school board member. So I just want to say thank you for showing the interest, and Lucinda, thank you for your work, and Steve, and then also Bill Ring. So with all bases covered, I feel confident that we're going to make a decision here that's going to be in the best interest of the county. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Vice Chair, do you have
Sure.
some comments, or are you going to make a motion?
Well, I'll do both. First off, I'll say that I agree with this move. I think that if our county attorney's office is in agreement with this and supportive of this helps alleviate some of the pressure of the county attorney's office, and so allows the flood control district to get the proper support that it needs without stressing out other departments in the county. So I'm in favor of it, and just with that, I'll make the motion that we approve. What was the exact motion? I'm sorry.
To approve a sole source procurement, make a finding of a sole source procurement and letter of engagement with Gus Rosenfeld to serve as the district's legal counsel, and to authorize the chair of the district's board of directors to sign the letter of engagement with the effective date of the engagement is April 26, 2023. Do I
So
have a
moved.
motion?
So moved.
All right, a motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
Very good. Thanks, Matt. And a second by Matt Ryan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, it is unanimous. And thank you, Andrew, for joining the team. We look forward to your and your firm's expert advice. Flood control district, we've been very active as a flood control district, as you know, from talking to our director. And we appreciate your expertise and guidance as we move forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And next time I tune in, I'll be sure to have a more theme appropriate background. Rather than
We can have a construction photo for his background.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about how Supervisor Fowler was on a houseboat up in Lake Powell. So the theme doesn't wander too far from that there.
Supervisor Ryan, I will tell you, I took this photo and I took it in scale so that when I used it as my background, it would look, I was actually sitting on the porch and dreaming fondly of being there.
Well done. Well done, Andrew.
Wait a minute, I took this photo and I did it in scale. And I'm sure Supervisor Fowler did hers. All right. Thank you, Andrew. And thank you for Gus Rosenfeld for the work that we know they will do for us. So thank you again.
Thank you.
And I want to thank too, Chair. I want to thank the county attorney's office, and particularly Monique and Heather. Through a very difficult period, they stepped up and did a lot of work to support the district, even up through this weekend. And I really, really appreciate that tremendously. And we've always worked very effectively with the county attorney's team, and they continue to represent us in the matter that was noted by board member Ryan, and really appreciate their counsel. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Lucinda, for your leadership on this moving forward as well. Okay, we have more for that. Thanks again, Andrew.
All right.
We have more on behalf of the Flood Control District. Number 18 is consideration and possible action of approval to apply for and accept the Emergency Watershed Protection Act program grant from the Natural Resource Conservation Services for a $12,629,784 project to engineer and construct flood mitigation measures in the pipeline flood area. Of the total project cost for the project, the NCRS grant would provide up to $9,835,584, and you can read how it's broken down, with the district would be responsible for providing a match of $2,794,200, which equals 25% of the total project construction cost of $11,176,800, and to authorize the Flood Control District Administrator, Lucinda Andriani, to sign the application and acceptance agreement on behalf of the Flood Control District. That is a mouthful for an agenda. So that is the agenda item before us. And I'm going to turn this over to our Flood Control District Administrator, Lucinda Andriani, to speak on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is our final NRCS agreement that will be coming forward to the board. As you'll recall, we had two prior agreements come to the Board of Directors, one for the Wupaki Trails Brandis area and one for the Government Tank Flood Corridor. And now this one is specifically for the Copeland and Peaceful Way flood corridors, which was actually a component of an application. And we were able to, NRCS moved forward initially with the Wupaki Trails and Brandis, since that was the first projects that we could move forward with, given we had the approvals and so forth. So now this is the final agreement, which is, we're really excited to have. I would like, Sean, could you please bring up the map? I have a map that I think I have shared with you prior, but I want to bring up, this is an illustrated map here. And I don't know, Sean, if you can zoom in a little bit more here, particularly the east area there. Scroll up a little bit. There you go. Great. This is actually focused on the projects that are going to construction this spring, but you can see here in the mid area there, you can see at the very top that we have the two projects that are moving forward in the neighborhoods this year, Wupaki Trails as well as Brandis Way. And again, that agreement with NRCS went forward now, I think about a month ago. I believe it came through on March 10th. And then just to the south of that, you'll see the Peaceful Way flood watershed, you'll see. And then just below that, you'll see the Copeland watershed. And this agreement will incorporate the projects in those two flood corridors, again, off forest. This is to implement flood mitigation within the neighborhoods. And again, the Forest Service funding focuses on forest, and NRCS funding focuses on off forest flood mitigation within the neighborhoods. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the board members may have.
Thank you. Any questions, members of the board, on this item? I know we've been talking about it a lot at various times, and it's great to see that it's first of all that it's done and that we're getting this together for flood control projects underway. So any questions or comments, members of the board?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes,
thank you, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair.
So it's really exciting to see the progress in these different corridors of the flood corridors. My one question is, I noticed that the Peaceful Way and the Copeland aren't circled on there as part of the on forest watershed restoration. Could you explain a little bit about where we're at with those corridors? Because it seems like the other ones are getting attention, but those at this point don't have projects.
And that's correct, that we've done some level of conceptual engineering, but we haven't launched the projects yet. We prioritize the projects in Wupaki Trails and Brandis Way because the vast majority, we had the easements, we had the NEPA clearances, both on and off forest. And so we were able to move those forward much more quickly. In addition, we are doing on forest work in three watersheds where we did work post Schultz, all Wupaki, Brandis, Thames, Campbell, North Paintbrush, and South Paintbrush. We did extensive amount of work post Schultz. Wupaki, we're going to do a whole lot more work in particular, but those on forest. And then Sean, if you can scroll a bit to the south, In addition, this spring, we will also be doing on forest work, keep going. On forest work in the Schultz Creek, keep going a little bit more there. There you go. In the Schultz Creek, watershed restoration, a little bit to the north there, above the city's detention facility, the lower area there, we will be able to do some alluvial fan restoration work. The upper area in that watershed, we will not be able to begin construction there until the fall. We have additional NEPA clearances that are required there and alpacs that reside in that area, and we need to avoid construction this time of year. So we've got a big book of business going forward, and the guaranteed maximum price agreements that are coming through are reflecting that, and you'll see those over the next several weeks, today and the next several weeks. And we will be initiating the engineering for Copeland and Peaceful Way later this month and into May, and then begin working with those corridors to secure the necessary easements. There was no work done in those corridors post Schultz. They declined the mitigation at that time, but we are now going back to see if we can develop a plan and secure those easements. So that work will begin here within the next few weeks.
Great. Thank you for that clarification.
And that would be slated for construction next spring.
Next spring. Okay. Thank you.
Other comments,
you.
questions, members of the board?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, absolutely. Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Lucinda, thanks for the maps. I like how this is laid out, associated with it. In one piece, since we're going to be moving through a lot of projects, I know our decisions specific to this piece, just to help us a little bit more. You've had charts before of, where the money is and which project we're on. And I know that will change with time, but it helps us just kind of look at the bigger picture when that's occurring on that. But that's not to take away with what you have here. This is helpful. It brings us back. We know we've got multiple watersheds that we need to take care of. Which one's moving? Where is it? Why is it moving? That just helps us as we convey the message back to other people as well, or they can go to review it on our website, our hearings, if they choose to do that as well. So I don't have additional questions so much as I like how it's coming together. The other piece of it is because it is so complex, and just a thought to throw out there is that we do a catch up now and again. I haven't looked at our calendar. I know we're so crazy doing so many other things, it's hard to schedule anything anyway, but something that we might think about is bringing it back so we can kind of, get our synapses working and get caught up, I guess.
You bet. I'm happy to do that. Happy to, bring that forward and do an overview. And then I develop a chart that Sean and I can work together that can show you how we're ticking through these. It's a little bit more complex this time because we got the funding late. We know, it was a process working with the federal agencies, and actually the agencies did very well. It was held up by OMB, but as just an overall matter of federal government process. But so we're pushing really hard to get these projects that I've identified here on this map into construction as quickly as possible, given how much work that we need to accomplish. So but I'll be happy to put that chart together and do an overview, at the next time we meet, and happy to do that.
That would be fantastic. I really appreciate it. And we know that was the whole discussion. Kind of goes back into our last item to a certain degree when we launched into this. we knew we needed to be on, but the immensity of the work and the complexity of multiple federal agencies, and yet also trying to get contracts on the ground while we're trying to beat the monsoon season and get cooperation from the weather as well. So understood, and knowing that we need to be nimble and move, that type of presentation, it'll help us each time these things come back. We have others to look at after this action, but really appreciate it. Thank you, Lucinda. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. And just to make a note, we have as a board talked about the possibility of having just flood control district board meetings so that we can spend the needed amount of time on these, especially as these projects start going forward. I think that's going to be helpful for all of us. I'm going to note we're way behind, for example, on this board meeting, and we still have a number of flood control district items for discussion. So just a thought as we move forward. I know it's just been a busy time, especially trying to shoehorn everything in with the budget. So, Steve, I think you had your hand up.
Yes, Madam Chair, to your point, we will be returning to at least a monthly meeting of the Flood Control District with its own agenda, providing operational updates, budget updates, project updates. And so Lucinda and I spoke about that earlier today. And so we are going to be returning to at least a monthly meeting of the entire district and all the activities contained within that. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, any other comments or questions on this? This is obviously important item and really good information, Lucinda. Other questions, comments? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the map, Lucinda. I think it's really important that we always have a map whenever we have this presentation, because this is very complex and multiple projects going on, multiple contractors and funding, and I've been calling around asking for a district set aside meetings like we did with the COVID. I think it's really, really important that we stay on top of this, because it is changing all the time. Plus, there are community meetings that are happening that are receiving updates. However, when it comes to countywide meetings, then the other communities, those others and general public that are listening in, I think it's important for them to know as well. So I'm really happy that we are moving in that direction. So anyway, that would be my comment. And I just, we're still scheduling a tour so that it can be out there as well. So anyway, really want to just thank you for this map and just the update on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions, I would entertain a motion for consideration and approval to apply for and accept the Emergency Watershed Protection Grant from the Natural Resource Conservation Services as completely set forth in our agenda. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
We have the motion by Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of this motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. So I'm going to the next item. This is consideration of possible action to approve a budget authority and expenditure limit increase to the flood control district in the amount of $1 million for neighborhood mitigation efforts in the government tank flood corridor within the Schultz Pipeline flood area for fiscal year 2023. I'm going to turn this over to Lucinda Andriani.
Great, thank you very much. And this is as I noted in the last item, we had secured approval from the board for the government tank flood corridor agreement with NRCS, and then that goes back to NRCS. It has now come back and signed by NRCS, and this is basically a budget amendment to allow us now to begin to access those funds to perform engineering and some other work in that corridor. One element of work that we do intend to perform in that corridor before monsoon, hopefully, if we can get this all prepared, is there are a set of homes in that corridor which were included in the application to NRCS for some what we called, historically, we've called it individual lot mitigation. We're actually calling it now mitigation areas. So that will ultimately tie in to the plans for mitigation for that area. And so we need to have the budget authority to be able to begin to expend against those funds that we will be reimbursed from NRCS. So this is purely a budget item for budget approval. And for government tank, it doesn't, I think it notes it in the staff report, but we've been approved for upwards of $27 million in total.
Yeah, wow. All right, any comments, questions, members of the board? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve a budget authority and expenditure limit increase to the flood control district in the amount of $1 million for neighborhood mitigation efforts in the government tank flood corridor within the Schultz pipeline flood area for fiscal year 2023. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Motion by Supervisor Brigade. Do I have a second?
A second, but I do have a question. If you could show on the map where that project.
Sure. Yeah. But yeah, I can show the government tank area. Go ahead and bring it
Second
back
by
up, Sean.
Supervisor Fowler, and let's take a look before we vote.
Sean, yeah. Yeah, it's the furthest south on the east side. It's the furthest south watershed flood corridor there. And this work would be in the starting at the Switchback Trail Heppel. This is the neighborhood work actually going through ultimately with not just this $1 million, with the total amount of money would effectuate a series of major mitigation effort from through the Switchback to Heppel area down to Landfill Road. So or near Landfill Road through the Johnson Ranch development, also to the northern flow there that goes through the Treadway area. So that area and the work there is very extensive. We have about 4,500 cubic feet per second of water hitting that area. So this is one of the hardest hit areas in the flood area. 26 times increase of flood water post Schultz now with the pipeline fire. So we've seen a tremendous increase in the water in this area.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments or questions? If not, I'd entertain our vote. See no comments or questions. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you. So, and our next item is consideration and possible action to approve amendment number 2 to the CMAR 2023-106, the Schultz Pipeline Flood Mitigation on Forest Watershed Restoration Project, which provides for phase 2 construction services on the Campbell, North Paintbrush, and South Paintbrush watersheds for a total guaranteed maximum price of $356,655.37. The cost will be reimbursed through the U.S. Forest Service Good Neighbor Agreement number 23-GN-11030-400-096, and there is no district match needed for this. Turning this over to Flood Control District Administrator Lucinda Andriani.
Thank you. This item and the following items 20 and 21 are consideration for approval of amendments to the CMAR agreement that was approved by the board earlier this year with Tiffany Construction. And these are the two next phases in these three watersheds. So it's for specific work, restoring the alluvial fans, doing reseeding, mulching in those areas, constructing rock sills, which is important for reducing sediment production and reducing sediment. And item 20 is for phase 2, and item 21 is for phase 3 construction within those watersheds. And again, here looking at the map, down at toward the bottom here, you will see the Campbell, North Paintbrush, and South Paintbrush watersheds. They're encircled, each are encircled there with that kind of bronze colored circles. And we are making improvements to those watershed restoration measures that were installed post Schultz, as well as a little bit of expansion, but mostly improvements so that they're more effective. And again, reducing down the level of sediment going into the flood mitigation system downstream. So this is for all, these two are both focused on forest work.
All right, any comments or questions on this? Or at this time, I would entertain a motion to approve amendment number 2 to the CMAR 2023-106 Schultz Pipeline flood mitigation on forest watershed restoration projects, which provides for phase 2 construction services for the Campbell, North Paintbrush, and South Paintbrush watersheds for a total guaranteed maximum price of $356,655.37. The cost will be reimbursed through the U.S. Forest Service Good Neighbor Agreement number, which is set forth, and there is no district match. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second? Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. And we have one more item from the Flood Control District, and that is number 21. Consideration of possible action to approve amendment number 3 to the CMAR 2023-106 Schultz Pipeline Flood Mitigation on Forest Watershed Restoration Project, which provides for phase 3 construction services on Campbell, North Paintbrush, and South Paintbrush watersheds for a total guaranteed maximum price of $2,131,919.05. Again, the cost reimbursed the U.S. Forest Service Good Neighbor Agreement number 23-GN-1103-0400-096, and there's no district match. We have had the explanation from Lucinda Andriani. Unless there are questions, I would entertain a motion. Any questions, or do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, just quickly, and just noting, that we're beginning the on-forest work. This is really, really getting the contract together. It's also remediation of the currently existing corridors, which distinguishes it slightly from some of the other corridors. So, as explained by Lucinda, unless you have additional things to add, Lucinda, or my observations on this.
No, that should cover it. Thank you.
So Lucinda, these are alluvial fans that were washed out. These are the old ones that were put in, or we put new ones in?
In this area, it's a little bit of expansion of the fans, but largely restoring those fans. Some of them were damaged during we had many flood events this last summer, as you well know. And some were damaged, again, because we've had a significant increase in water flow that we saw during Schultz, but overall, these performed really well. We're also making some modifications to the terminal trenches and the transition channels, as well as improving some of the rock sills, which reduce down the erosion. And also there will be some work done now, some work potentially forthcoming on the 420 road that runs through this area, Schultz Pass Road. So, again, providing some more stability to this area with the goal of reducing sediment.
Any other comments, questions, or again, I would entertain a motion.
I will move that we approve.
We have a motion to approve amendment number 3 to the CMAR 2023-106. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of approving amendment number 3, please signify by saying aye.
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 All right, it is unanimous. And thank you, Lucinda, for your information on this. It is very exciting to see the work getting underway. And I'm sure the neighborhoods really feel like that. So
Yep.
thank you.
Getting a lot of really positive feedback. Thank you for your support. We'll get you out there for a tour as soon as they get more construction underway so you can see it. So thank you.
Thank you. Members of the board, we now need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Can I get a motion?
So move.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We're now the Board of Supervisors. And now we have roundtable, but I'm going to suggest in lieu of that we take our break, and we will be back at 1:15. We have a discussion and presentation from the Flagstaff City County Libraries, and we have a new library director to meet. So I look forward to that. So everybody, let's take a lunch. It's been a good morning, and enjoy your lunch break. See you soon. 1:15.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. How you doing, Matt?
Pretty good.
Okay, I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
I was standing there
Hello, Chair.
How are you doing, Vice Chair?
I'm okay.
Say,
Ready.
I did, Cindy did send and I sent an email too to Cynthia, and she said she's gonna get in touch with you on Friday.
Yes, I saw that. Thank you.
Okay. Good.
Yeah. Oh, back to work.
You know, it's gonna be a short one though, this meeting, which is good.
Yes.
Get
Yes.
caught
Are we doing round table light or round table heavy?
Oh, I don't care. I mean, I think it's supposed to be, I don't know if we've done a round table, but how about round table medium?
Medium? Okay.
Say, there are two meetings that are scheduled for the city council is doing for flood mitigation, their flood mitigation.
Mhm.
And one of them is on May 8th, which I will plan to be at. But the other one is on May 15th. Can you be at that one, Geronimo?
I should be able to. What time? Let me check my
It's
calendar.
at 5:30. And they'll usually, somebody may be at the door. They'll usually ask for the county just to kind of do a brief statement. So if
That's on a
okay.
Monday, is that correct?
Yeah, it's Monday. And
Monday.
I'll let them know that you'll be there on behalf of the county on that date, if that works. I'm gonna be
That's fine.
off to WIR, so
That's not a problem. What time is it again?
5:30.
5:30? Okay.
Oh, hi. Hang on just a minute. Somebody's here for me to sign something. Hold on, it's
Mhm.
Shirley, hang on.
Lindsay, if you're there, we can bring over Supervisor Ryan.
All right, there we go. Okay,
We are looking for Supervisor Begay.
is he over there?
Yeah.
Thank you, Sue.
You bet. You were just hanging over there, Supervisor
know.
Ryan. I didn't want you to stay there in District 3.
You know,
Lindsay, we also have a number of individuals from the library district here on the attendee side.
Madam Chair, I will check in with Supervisor Begay.
sounds good. I tell you that Lucinda, we just this morning, approved everything, and Shirley Watkins was just here for me to sign it. So it's signed, sealed, and soon to be delivered.
Let's see. Let's see, Linda Tillotson also, Lindsay? Tilson, rather, I'm sorry, Tilson.
Right.
Hey, Corey,
Yes, sir.
can you let Lindsay know who all to bring over from Library District?
Will do. Lindsay, can you hear me?
I can, yes, Corey.
It
Kristen.
looks like L. Tilson.
Yes, they need to accept from
Okay.
Linda, can you accept the panelist promotion, please, on your side? Let's see. Excuse me, Richard Tutwiler, can you come on, please?
Sure thing, Steve. How are you doing today?
Can you ask, are you nearby, Linda, or can you get a message to her that she needs to accept?
Yeah, I actually already sent one out, but I can walk over there. So I'll go walk over and see if I can figure out what's going on.
Excellent. Thanks.
Yep, I'll be right back. Thank you, Steve.
there it goes.
Richard, come back.
I will tell you, I took my own photo also. I was out with the Sheriff's Boat Patrol.
Ah, it's a great photo. So we have Supervisor Ryan, we have Supervisor Fowler. Vice Chair is, I guess we're just waiting for Judy. Who's on the library board?
Then Linda, Linda Tilson, can you check your camera?
Yeah, come on in. Oh, is it locked?
Yes. And your mic is hot, Linda.
Okay.
Okay. Now we can.
Richard, I'm good to go. Thank you.
And is Supervisor Fowler available?
Yes, she's here.
Yeah, she was talking about the sheriff's group.
I'm so sorry, Supervisor Fowler. I see you now. You're right in front of me. You know, what happened is the box has changed. It's like, wait a minute, where'd she go? So
she's in Alice's position in pretty much.
All right, well, I know I think 4 of us are with us. Supervisor Begay is not, is that correct?
We're checking on that. And excuse me, if I could go back to Linda Tilson. Linda, do you need anyone else from your staff on this side of the Zoom?
We've got, let's see, Kirsten and Richard. I don't think we're gonna need anybody else. Kirsten, Richard, or you think we need anyone else for this?
I mean, if you want to bring Heidi Hansen over, you're welcome to, but
yeah.
she stepped away from her computer, so I'm not sure she's back yet to accept
understand.
that, but you can try inviting her. And Gloria Thousand, the city's accountant for the library, is also attending, but this isn't a budgetary presentation, so she doesn't really need to be on this side if she doesn't want to be.
Well, if we need someone, we can pull them over, but Heidi's not on the attendee side yet, so.
Oh, okay.
Here, we'll pull her over. But I think, Madam Chair, I think we have the teams in place. Well, just let me go check to see about Supervisor Begay, and I'll be right back.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hi, Linda. How are you? Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Been looking forward to your presentation today.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to this too. I got kind of confused because we had a Teams meeting up and a Zoom meeting, so I don't know what happened, but I'm glad we got the tech figured out.
Yeah, we should be on Zoom, I believe. So,
Mhm.
and I see Judy Begay is with us.
She is.
So, all right, once we get the county manager back, we'll start this.
I'm here.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
We hear you and see you, Judy, so thank
Thank
you.
you.
So, all right, well, good afternoon. We are back with our regular board meeting, and we are very pleased to see members, our new Linda Tilson, our new library director here. And I know she's brought some folks from the Flagstaff City, Coconino County Public Libraries that she's going to introduce. And we look forward to also introducing ourselves to the library crew. And so I'm just going to go around and just have the board introduce themselves here real quick. And I'm Patrice Horseman, and I'm the chair of the board, but I'm also the supervisor for District 1, a longtime resident here in Flagstaff and Coconino County, longtime library user. So really pleased to hear from you all this afternoon. District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor District 2 and current Vice Chair. Welcome and thank you for being here.
District 3.
Hello, everybody. Matt Ryan, District 3, I guess I'm from, and look forward to the presentation.
District 4.
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you, Linda, for bringing this presentation to us. And I'm one of the library board members, so I was in attendance the last meeting, and you did introduce yourselves, and was something that we wanted to have done, is have the library board come on before the board, just to give us something that's going on over there. I just do a little bit presentation here and there, but so I just want to say thank you for getting on the board agenda today. Thank you.
And District 5.
And good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us and doing a presentation on our library system. Thank you.
And then, of course, we have County Manager Steve Bruce. Steve, do you want to introduce some of your staff?
You bet. Everybody, Steve Prue, County Manager. We also have with us Sue Brown, Deputy County Manager. Andy Bertelson is also with us, Deputy County Manager. And then also Corey Ringenberg. Corey is our liaison between the county and the library. And so he's been very instrumental in working with the library staff and the district staff on a number of issues. And so very happy that Corey has been able to do a lot of good things there. And I guess, again, welcome to Linda Tilson, and it's good to meet you and good to working with you. And Linda and the library staff will be presenting to the board for budget on Thursday.
Okay.
Thursday afternoon at 2. And so today's the program update. And then on Thursday is when we'll have more of a budget focused presentation, but today's a programmatic update. And so I hope I didn't miss anybody. So Madam Chair, back to you.
All right, thank you. And yes, our item number this afternoon is presentation and discussion on the Flagstaff City, Coconino County Public Libraries. And we want to welcome Linda Tilson. And I know she's brought members of her staff. So Linda, I'm going to turn this over to you first, just to introduce them. And you're on mute. There you go.
All right, immediate fail. Okay, that takes the pressure off. Okay, so we also have Richard Tutwiler, who is the Deputy Director of the City Libraries. And he also just finished a rather long stint as acting library director, 9 months, I believe. So I'm glad we can have Richard here today. And then we have Kirsten Pearson, who's my executive assistant and is super knowledgeable about the library budget and operations. Are Will and Mark, I think, are maybe attending, but they're not over here on the panel side. So we have, I think, also just.
I see Mark on the attendee side.
Yeah, so Mark is the IT manager for the library system, and Will is oversees the county libraries. So they're somewhere too, I believe. I don't see them on this screen, but.
We can pull them over if you need them for the presentation. So we can pull Mark over, and we can also pull Clarice. Was Brandy part of the team also?
She is, but she's just listening, so you don't need to pull her over. I think Clarice may just be listening as well, so
all right,
don't worry about that.
It might not hurt to pull over Mark and Will if they're there, just in case.
We can meet them then.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, just in case a question comes out about one of their areas of expertise.
Okay.
Don't see Willis Garza right now, but we will keep looking for him.
Okay, he was here a minute ago. He might have accidentally gone to the Teams meeting too, because that's what I did.
I will go on and redirect him.
All right. Well, we have 2 meetings, simultaneous meetings going in, I guess. So technology is always a challenge. That's all I can say. So with that, unless County Manager, you have any opening comments to make, I'd love to turn this over to Linda.
You bet. No, we're ready to go, Linda, to you for the presentation.
Okay, well, I just want to start by thanking you for giving us this opportunity to give you this operational update. And we do have PowerPoint slides. Now, will you be sharing those, or should Kirsten share her screen? How do you want to work that?
Lindsay, can you there you go.
Corey's already doing that. Good work, Corey. There we go.
Nice. Thank you. So I'll kind of walk you through these slides. I promise I won't read you every slide and make you die of boredom. But I do have some notes on things that I want to mention as we go through the slides. And I'm happy to answer questions as we go, but we're also planning to leave time at the end so that we can answer questions then as well. Oh, and timing. What should I be looking at? When do we need to be finished by? It looks like 1:30 right now.
We have, you have up until 1:30. So, hopefully just take the time that you're going to need and give us some time so we can ask some questions and all that kind of good thing. So.
Okay. All right. So, boy, I need to be able to see. Okay, I can see which slide you're on. Good.
I can't hear any volume.
You can't hear me?
We hear you fine, Linda. Vice Chair, are you having a problem with your computer?
Got it fixed. Thank you.
Okay, all right, we're good. All right, please proceed, Linda.
Okay, so just wanted to kick off with a few statistics here, just to kind of show some broad numbers here of the services we're providing and how many people we're serving. And I think these numbers are always nice for people to be able to see that we had, 330,000 people visit the libraries in 2022. And I won't read you all of the statistics, but you can see that they're pretty big numbers, and we really are beginning to return to post-COVID levels. Not quite there yet, but getting there. And one thing I would point out in particular in these particular statistics is that the Wi-Fi sessions, that's a very high number, and a good deal of those are serving the outlying areas in the county. That the usage out there is particularly high, which I was really pleased to see. So that's an important service that we're providing, and definitely need to continue to provide it at a very high level. We can go on to the next slide here. So I'm just going to do a little quick rundown of each of the libraries and just share some fun information with you. The Page Library had a great turnout for their job fair, and it was lovely that they partnered with the Coconino Community College and the Marriott to put that on. They had laptops and internet service for job seekers, help with resumes and people filling out job applications. They had staff and volunteers helping with that. And so it was a great chance for also participating businesses to meet and interview and also talk about their organizations. So all in all, a kind of great event. The other thing that the Page Library does quite a bit of is offering activities for youth and community activities, because being as rural of a library as they are, there aren't as many opportunities for things like that as there would be in larger places in metro areas. And also an interesting stat that they shared was their door count has tripled since they've gone back to normal programming and services. So very, very good news there. Okay, we can move to the next slide to Sedona. So I had a very nice conversation with Judy Poe, the director of the Sedona Library, and she said their #1 goal is to be a community place for residents. Tourists are welcome too, but serving residents is their big goal. They are unique in that their library is a nonprofit. It's not part of the Sedona government. They do receive funds from some from Yavapai and some from Coconino, of course, as I'm sure you're aware. They're serving both counties. They also now have a new location in the village of Oak Creek, which is great. They're getting a lot of use of that. And they're right now in the process of raising funds to do a pretty significant renovation. One of their big concerns right now is that they are going to be experiencing some reduction in funds from the Yavapai County. So just something to for you to know about. So next slide. The Tuba City Library has been doing some telehealth programming through a tribal libraries grant. So the things that were a part of that were some laptops, stethoscopes, blood pressure monitors, pulse oximeters, and also some specialized software to be used during telehealth visits, which will take place in the spring and summer. So very much health focused. That's one of the exciting things going on there. And they also received a grant for the Arizona Librarians Fostering Resilient Rural Communities, a mini grant. And with that, they're going to be purchasing personal hygiene products for the community. Another kind of fun and interesting thing that Tuba City is doing is they have a seed library and are providing seeds to people who want to do some gardening and grow some things. So just kind of some fun and interesting things going on at Tuba City. We can go to the next slide. And the Coconino County Law Library had an interesting story. And I don't know if it's not on the slide. There's a little explanation of what they do, but they had a kind of interesting story that they ended up helping a Moroccan international student at NAU whose father opened a Flagstaff bank account for him. His father had passed away before closing the bank account. And the law library was able to get a legal form to the son, who is now back in Morocco, so that he could close the account and access his funds. So that was just kind of a fun story of something they were really able to help someone with. They're also facilitating a 9-week Law for Arizona training program to empower public library staff in Coconino County to connect their patrons with legal resources and referrals. Ready for the next slide. So the Forest Lakes Library, this is a pretty nice photo. They've done some moving of shelving to kind of do a little mini library renovation and make their area more ADA compliant. And they actually presented at the last library board meeting and did a really fun and interesting presentation. Some of the things that are new to me and may or may not be new to some of you is that they are a year-round facility and that their community building is owned by the school district. They are also the school bus drop-off and pickup point, which is such a nice partnership to have a library right there for the school children. There are other groups who use the building. There's a group of quilters, the school uses the building. There's an AA group, some homeschoolers, and a church. So that is a well-used building. It's getting a lot of use from a lot of different groups. And they also provide the only free internet for 50 plus miles between Heber and Payson. So again, one of those places where that internet access is quite essential and critical. They also received a rural libraries grant, and their funding will be used to provide CPR education for community members. Another campaign that they're working on right now is promoting the use of helmets, because there have been, I guess, quite a few ATV accidents. And so they're really wanting kids to start wearing helmets. Okay, we can move to the next slide. Grand Canyon Community Library, of course, since it's the Grand Canyon, they serve tourists, also the people of the village. And they have computers, internet access, scanners and printers, and they hear a lot of gratitude from visitors who are there and suddenly have a need for something like that. So it's really great to have that in that area. They do share the building with Grand Canyon Clothes Closet. And I think those are pretty much the major things about the Grand Canyon Community Library. They still are, there still is some renovation going on, as there have been some problems with the structure. So, okay, next slide. Fredonia Public Library. They use their rural libraries grant funding to develop a nutrition program geared toward educating patrons on how to use food received from Care and Share. They also have done programming around a pantry challenge, which focused on things like understanding best by dates of those things that we all end up having extras of in our pantries, learning how to cook with canned food and rice and beans, ideas for using commodities, cheese, pasta, and produce. So this pantry challenge has also had programming on recipe ideas and provided samples of food. So that's been a great sounding little program for the community. Next slide. The county correctional facility, the thing that is exciting there is that their materials for the first time are going to be put into the online card catalog. So that's going to be really nice for being able to access things in a much more efficient and intuitive manner. And we're also doing some work on getting tablets for that facility. But with the security measures, it's a little trickier. So that's something we're working on. Okay, next slide. It's the Williams Public Library. We have some nice photos there. They hosted a haunted house and Lego club. And one of their big areas of focus has really been working with local historic groups to get kids interested and engaged in history. They've had some on topics like the Harvey Girls and the Grand Canyon Railway. So that's been very fun. Okay, next slide is East Flagstaff. East Flagstaff has really been experiencing high use from that community. You can see from the slide, the circulation has increased over 52%. And they received 2 LSTA Express grants, which you can also see that there will be a teen artist in residence internship. So that's going to be a great opportunity for the library and for that teen. They've been working hard on a lot of different kinds of programs. They are going to continue to do Crafty Corner, anime after school, story time in the park, and their LGBT book club. I don't know if someone had a question. I heard a noise, but maybe not. All right. The other thing that I probably should mention is that I met with the president of the Coconino Community College, and it is likely that they will be needing the space that is currently occupied, that we are leasing from them for the East Flagstaff Community Library. So we're already doing some work trying to figure out what some alternative locations for an East Flagstaff library might be. All right, next slide, PALS Mobile. So the PALS Mobile is this is just such an amazing thing to offer to the communities. I was so excited when I first learned about the Flagstaff Coconino Library having this PALS Mobile, because the chance to go around and go to preschools and daycares and out in the outlying areas of the county and have this PALS Mobile that does story times for kids and provides materials for kids. It's just such a fantastic thing to be able to offer, and so important to have that impact at this early age, because this early literacy is, I mean, it builds skills that are going to help these kids throughout their life. And I have had the chance to sit down with Jessica, who oversees the PALS Mobile program, and she is just so full of enthusiasm about this program that I think it's just going to continue to grow and thrive wonderfully. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is not really what the front entry to the Flagstaff Library looks like right now, but this is how it will look very soon. I would like to give Richard a chance to just say a few things about this project, because he's been so involved with it for so long, and I don't want to take a chance of missing I think the important points he might add on this.
Sure, I can hop in. Thank you for having me, Madam Chair, Board, and of course, Steve and Sue and Corey and the rest of the team over there. It's great to see you all again. So we are a little bit behind schedule on the front entry renovation, but unfortunately, it was a very challenging winter for us with this, I guess, first in 100-something year snowfall events that we had. But we are finally starting to get back on track. We have some beautiful weather to work through, and we're kind of looking for a mid-May completion date for substantial completion. For those of you who aren't aware of why we're doing this project, it is to meet Americans with Disability Act standards, and we're really taking the opportunity to do more with it. So we're building a beautiful plaza area for our patrons to enjoy, sit outside, maybe have some story times out there. In addition to that, there's also going to be a public art component, which if you look closely at that mock-up picture, you can see them along the handrails heading up towards the library entrance. So our current tentative date is May 12th, and it's moved back quite a bit, but we're continuing to soldier on, and it's been a challenge, but it's one that we've embraced, and we're very excited to get this out and open to the community. And I'll be happy to take questions about it later, but again, just thank you all for having me.
Thank you, Richard. I think we're ready for the next slide. These are just a few items that were pulled from my last director's report to the library board. Just a couple of fun and interesting things. The youth services at the downtown library did a nice partnership with the Arboretum and offered a program that included experiments and photo booth props. So that was a really fun one. And then also wanted to remind everyone that we are gearing up for summer reading. So if you know of kids, if you have kids or grandkids, please make sure that they sign up for the summer reading program. It's a lot of fun. Kids can get prizes. There'll be fun programs going on at the library. So please be sure to take part in that. And then the final item is just a mention of, this happens to be National Library Week. And so we had a proclamation that the mayor, Flagstaff Mayor Becky Daggett, read at the meeting. And that was a real nice opportunity just to provide some recognition of libraries, what we do, and also of library staff. So next slide. Okay, so future goals. We're getting really close on a new library website, which has been much overdue. And I believe we can can we give them a sneak peek at what the new website's going to look like? Kirsten, is there a way we can do that, do you think?
Yeah, if Corey, can I share my screen really quick? Let me just open it here.
I think you included a link if people wanted to look at it some more, but I thought it'd be nice if just while people have the time right now.
Yeah, so this is just a quick mock-up, but each library is going to have their own version of this that is tied to their URLs. So each county library and affiliate library, I think Page is the only affiliate that's taken us up on this, but they'll have a library website that looks something like this. And they'll be able to change this picture. I believe Grand Canyon's background picture here is the Grand Canyon, which looks really cool. And then there'll be various areas that detail the branch's library hours and location, what program and events are coming up, what resources they have available online. Various articles will be able to be published, and then they'll be able to link to their calendar and things like that. So it's a very big update from our current dated website. And we're very excited about this project. It should wrap up at the end of June. That's when we're hoping to have everything live, and I think they're making really good progress on it right now. So that's the little sneak peek about our new website.
Thank you, Kirsten. I could sit here and talk about it, but it's more fun to see it. So also are looking into trying out the book vending machine concept, but not really large scale initially. What we want to do is have one and kind of see how that works. What we are hearing from library staff, from users, I think we also even heard from in our last meeting with the county before this one, that people really are missing the bookmobile. So we are committed to getting that up and running again, assuming we can fund it. We definitely want to do that. I think it's very important to people. It's never going to have high numbers. It's never going to have, 330,000 visitors. But I believe that the impact it has is so important to the people that it does serve. So next slide. All right, and that is the last slide. So I am happy to answer any questions that came up for people when I was going through the slideshow.
Thank you, Linda, and thank you for, bringing forward your staff, and it was great to see the slides of all the various libraries here across Coconino County that serve all parts, whether it be the rural or the urban parts here in Coconino County. And so we really appreciate getting your update. And before I go too far down the road, I think it's really important that we hear from Judy Begay, who sits on our library board, and see what she would like to share with us, and then we'll open it up for the other board members. So, Judy. And she's been having some technical difficulties on her computer today, so.
I'm here.
Oh, good. There she is. Good.
I don't want to be like Matt to blame the technology. Yes. I'm so thankful that you did the library district made the presentation. As you all are aware, there's a lot of services that are being provided out there. Tutoring classes, story time telling, and other services. And we just want to make sure that we have the proper equipment and even current equipment. And the PALS mobile daycare thingy, where they reaching outside people like that, I think that's really great. And I know that there's some expansion and renovations going on, and we just want, it's crucial to make everyone welcome and to give them a real nice environment, to learn. And safety is a must, and it's very important. The book vending machines, a pilot program, we've been talking about this, but we want to do more. But I think it's best, like you're saying, that maybe just one for now to see how it's going to really work. I think that's a start, and we can continue to add on to it. So, and with that, the outreach is a great opportunity to reach as many people as we can, within the communities, and then going out, placing the bookmobiles, and then just going out with the PAL, what was that name of the PAL mobile? I think that's very, very great. I mean, I like that. And so anyway, so this gives everyone an opportunity to pursue their passion for and engage in lifelong learning opportunities with the library. So I'm so thankful for being part of the board. And I just want to thank the staff for coming in and doing the presentation. And thank you so much. I fully support this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Other comments from board members?
Sure, Madam
Vice
Chair.
Yes,
Thank
Vice
you.
Chair.
I'll go next. Thank you for the presentation. It's really cool to see how things at the library across the county have expanded as we come out of the pandemic. When I first came on the board, my first experiences with the library in the counties were all virtual, and even the presentations, we were talking about how much the communities were missing the services, and how difficult it was for certain areas to be able to get access to Wi-Fi or get access to books because the mobile buses or the mobile bus was no longer going for a while. And so to see things coming back and revving back up to pre-pandemic times is really exciting. Those numbers were truly impressive. And it's really exciting to see how our various libraries are supporting both the urban and rural areas of our county and providing these services. Especially and in particular, Wi-Fi access, because we have so many rural areas that don't have good Wi-Fi access. And so, I really commend the job that your team's doing, and I look forward to getting around and seeing all the libraries in person. I personally have only been to a couple of them, and I need to put that on my list to get around and see the rest of them. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and congratulations to the board to work. Yeah. Let's see, just a couple pieces. That sounds like a tough one with the East Flag, and obviously we'll be curious to see what happens, since the growth has been phenomenal as far as each year. It seems to be that way with it. You already headed me off a little bit on the kiosk bookmobile. and I know people love it, but it costs a fortune to run. And so the idea of introducing the kiosk is a pretty neat one. But yeah, it would be good to be tested as a pilot. I think that's what I'm hearing from you on that. And I wish there were a different way of getting that outreach with the bookmobile that didn't cost so much, and yet touch those rural communities. That's the hard part. I mean, a lot of times the rural community, it might even be a conceptual piece of if it's, say, Forest Lakes, they meet around the store, or similar idea of the Highway 64 north of Williams, that the rural communities go to their mailboxes. That's where they congregate if it's not a store on things. But I don't know if that could work or not. It's just a different dynamic. The Yavapai piece, I'm curious about that. You've reached out and expanded the VOC, but Yavapai County's pulling back. So just, since I've been dealing in that area for a while, just be curious to see what the conversations have been and with that. And then let's see. The Palmobile. What a wonderful group to reach out to. We have limits on how that preschool group is really touched. It's wonderful. I was wondering, just out of curiosity, which communities, I'm sure you're limited, similar idea of trying to provide a mobile service on what you can do with that. So I am curious about that. Just two other pieces, just to wrap up, kind of my comments and then a little bit of that question there, would be anytime there's a way that we can look out of the box to help figure out the Wi-Fi piece. It's not like we all have the solutions, but we're all trying to figure that one out and crack that nut. Any way that we can help out, we would like to, be in that kind of conversation. And the website, that looks nice. It'll be very useful for that. So a whole spiel of stuff. A few things might be, it could be side conversations, the Yavapai piece on it. But which communities do you have the ability to bring the Palmobile out to?
So,
Take that one, Linda.
would you like me to answer now, or is that?
Go ahead, Linda, please.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
All right. I know that the PALS Mobile makes, you might have to correct me, Richard, because I might be recalling this incorrectly, but I think when I met with Jessica, she said that it makes 23 stops a month. Does that sound right?
I think it's actually more than that now, but yeah, we go quite all over.
Yeah, they go up to, she said they go to Tuba City during the flea market. And
That's actually our newest one. We just added that one.
yeah, and then also many like Head Starts, daycares, preschools around the Flagstaff area. So I don't have a complete listing of all the places it goes, but if there is interest, I could definitely get that.
Yeah, I don't need it right now. It'd be neat to see. Yeah.
It is available on our website, and I'm happy to share the link with the updated schedule.
Okay, great. Thanks, Richard.
Sure.
Yeah.
And Supervisor Fowler, do you have some comments? I know you've been very involved in the Tuba City Library going from way back.
Yeah, and we have been, and we still are. It was the community with all the Paschetti dinners that they were able to finish that library. In the end, we were trying to sell windows and doors and even little blocks just to get it all done. So it is a community library for sure. So thank you for your update. And there is just a follow up on Supervisor Ryan's on the bookmobile. It stops at Cameron and then it goes on, it goes to the Marble Canyon. People in those regions are missing the bookmobile. So if we can find out when they're gonna be out again, when that's gonna restart, we need to, we have a list that we can send an email to that were regular users, and they want to be able to use that again. I know a kiosk was proposed, but you know, I think people really like seeing that bookmobile come on through. So we'll see. We know we went through the costs. We went through the cost analysis. We said, okay, how do we still provide service in the rural community, and at an affordable price, you know, cost. So that's what we went through, and we'll see if we can still do the bookmobile. If we can restart that until we figure out how we're going to provide that service, I think that would be really good. I'm really happy to see a new website that's going to be up for individual libraries, because you know, that is the library is the heart of the community. The children go walk over there right after school. They have the story time. They even have the movie time in Tuba. They're just trying to make more room, you know. And so I think that is that they provide a lot of service. And even when the library is closed, you'll see vehicles wrapped around the library or right in the front, because the Wi-Fi, and that really helped out during the pandemic, and it continues to do so. And the libraries are very active in the community with all kinds of projects. Those checking out the computer and being able to apply for a job right then and there is really helpful. Page Library is always hosting meeting. It just recently hosted the CJCC listening session at the library. So really happy that you all continue to help the staff. They're very busy. You ask them for a book, and boy, they know exactly where to walk you to. So I want to just thank you, and thank you for working with the community needs, because each of the communities have different needs, and each of the libraries know their own communities and ways to work with them. So I just want to thank you, and really appreciate all the staff that are at each of the libraries, and then for your work as well. This is a great partnership with the city, and just working together is really a wonderful way of delivering services that is needed out there. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I'll just kind of add on to what my colleagues have said. First of all, thank you so much. And Linda's great to see you and your staff here. And we'll look forward to seeing you for our budget discussion coming up. And I just want to also ditto some of the remarks that have been made. You know, the libraries, and especially out in these rural areas, really are the centerpiece of the community. And for many people, it's a place where they can go get their email, check onto the internet, you know, apply for a job. They really are very important parts of the community, and really important for the people who are living, especially in these rural parts here of Coconino County. And, you know, East Flagstaff Library, I have been able to spend, because of various boards that I've sat on, a lot of time in the East Flagstaff Library. And I know how important that is to the east part here in Flagstaff. And I'm really hoping we can all keep our ears open and see if we can find something, because it has been instrumental in those communities on the east side. And it's always busy. That library always has so many things going on. And so hopefully we can find a good location to move the library in when that time comes. And then last but not least, I know we've had this discussion before, and I gotta tell you, I'm lukewarm on the kiosks. And part of it is because Kirsten shaking her head, she remembers. Part of it is that, the bookmobile, like, it's an event. And so in these rural communities, when the bookmobile comes to town, it's something that the communities are looking forward to and are waiting for. And it's kind of their little community gathering and a little mini community get together. And, I'm really concerned about the kiosks in terms of vandalism and, quite frankly, upkeep and maintenance. And you certainly don't have that personal connection that the bookmobile certainly has brought and brings, especially to a lot of these very, very small communities here in Arizona. So, I'd hate to see that go by the wayside. Palmobile is also really cool. And I love when I see it around, when it's moving around town, and love the programming that's done. So for you, Linda, and your library staff, you serve such an important function and provide such an important service here in the city of Flagstaff, and also Coconino County and the various rural areas that you serve as well. So thank you. And it's just a pleasure to hear from you all. And it's our pleasure to welcome you, Linda, to our community, and appreciate you taking on the leadership here with the library. So thank you. Thank you all. Any other comments? Linda?
I was just going to say that some of you know this because I've met you separately or in other meetings, but my first library was a bookmobile, because when I was a little kid, I lived in Keams Canyon, Arizona. If you don't know where that is, it's up on the Hopi Reservation, and it's very isolated. So I can tell you from a 5-year-old's perspective how exciting the bookmobile was. And I also just want to say thanks so much for taking the time to listen to our report and hear the things that are going on. We really appreciate this chance to give you an update.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much. And County Manager, I know there's no action on this. Is there anything further you'd like to add?
Just information only. Again, Linda and the team will be with us on this Thursday at 2:00, and that's when we'll come back on the budget side to talk about the budget going forward, because that connects to the board's authority to set the tax rate for the library district. And so that's where we'll talk numbers at the next meeting.
Very good.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Just like to make a comment. I just want to thank the board. The library board is very, they're all open to ideas, and they're very effective board members. And also the previous board director did a great job. And I just want to thank, them all and let them know that, their work is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Begay, and also for serving on the library board. We appreciate your leadership there. Any other comments, questions, members of the board? Then I guess, Linda, we'll see you in the library, or we'll see you Thursday.
Thank you all. Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Kristen.
Okay, moving on. I know we're at the end, but we're going to circle back to our roundtable, and County Manager. I know we have some state, federal, legislative. I don't know if there's a whole lot going on that right now, but that's number 22. Do we have an update on that?
Let me see if Andy, do we have, or Keith, anything else we need to bring up at this time?
Yeah, good afternoon, County Manager Peru and Chair Horseman and members of the board. Keith is prepared to give a brief update. We will say that there isn't a whole lot happening at the state legislative level. They've not been in session for a bit. And so if you haven't seen a flurry of emails from our government affairs group. That's the reason why. There are some things happening on the federal legislative side, and hopefully Keith can be promoted to panelist.
He's on his way.
He's on his way.
We're beaming him up.
So Keith will give a brief update on that, and so thanks for giving us just a little bit of time this afternoon.
There he is.
Here he is. Without further ado,
You're muted, Keith.
All right, let's start that over. Good afternoon, Chair and Board. Yeah, happy to provide a little bit of a legislative update. As Andy mentioned, and many of you are probably aware, the legislature is temporarily not in session because one member of the House was expelled and one member of the Senate resigned to run for Congress. So there are vacancies, and so they've adjourned so that the majority party can, when they resume, have a majority. So in Maricopa County, they'll have to do a replacement for LD 13 for Liz Harris's seat. The precinct committee people selected 3 people for them to consider. One of them was Liz Harris, so she could get her seat back if the board chose to do so. I don't expect that's probably what'll happen. And then the other 2 are Julie Willoughby, who ran in 2022 and lost to Harris by a few votes for that second House seat. There's also the top vote getter in the district, a Democrat, is also still in there. And then Steve Steele is the 3rd candidate they're considering there. On the state Senate side, to replace Raquel Teran, the Maricopa County Board will be considering 3 Democrats. So on the House side, they'll have 3 Republicans to choose from. On the Senate side, 3 Democrats, because the replacements always come from the party of the person being replaced. And for those state Senate seats, they're considering 2 current state reps, Cesar Aguilar and Flavio Bravo, and then a minister who was a school board candidate for the city of Phoenix a couple years ago and was the top vote getter who didn't get elected. She finished 4th out of 6 with 3 at-large seats. That's Quanta Cruz. If they do select one of the current reps as a senator, then they'll have to go do it all again for rep, which could also delay the process. So they may end up picking the person who's not already in the legislature just to save time. But in any case, until they're seated, or at least until next week, the legislature's not putting any legislation forward. So that's all kind of on hold. Gives us a break there. Switching gears to the federal side, probably the biggest news, at least from the county standpoint on the short term, is that Senator Kelly's office did get our congressionally directed spending requests. They received over 400 requests from around the state. 87 of them got accepted for moving forward, which is about a 20% success rate. And I'm happy to report that our Upper Rio watershed flood control, flood mitigation and forest restoration project for $2.56 million, the Upper Rio watershed, I guess that's mostly forest restoration, through the Interior State Forestry Program, that was accepted by their office. And the next steps will be to make sure that they get it in the Senate Appropriations Bill, and hopefully through final conference, get it secured in the conference bill and get it into the legislation so that that money comes into the county. So that's some good news we received this week. And in the interest of time, I'll leave my update to those couple of things. But if anybody has any follow-up questions, happy to answer.
Members of the board, I just want to point out, I can't believe it. I mean, we have been we've had such great advocates with our representatives and our senators, and Senator Kelly has just been such a champion for us here in Coconino County. After the gifts we got last year, it's wonderful to see that once again they thought of us, and certainly that Upper Rio watershed and getting that forest restoration work done up there is so important for Greater Flagstaff and the west side of Flagstaff. So really exciting news. So I know the county sheriff's department also made a request. So excited to hear whether his request is going to be submitted or going forward. So thanks for that update, Keith. Any other
Yeah,
questions?
and I will just add to commend the board for their tireless advocacy. I know everybody on the board's been up to DC talking to the senators, and also on staff. People like Lucinda Andriani and Jay Smith are really coherent about what's needed and stuff. And so I think the reason our applications have been looked at favorably is because we have a very proactive board and a very knowledgeable and active staff that knows what's needed. So appreciate everybody's work on this.
Thank you, Keith. Other comments? Supervisor Ryan.
Well, it was really tough down at County Supervisors Association going over all those no bills since they're on break. But actually, it's a nice pause that we have for everything that's happening. Keith was a great help when we were down there. They expressed their desire to see each of you down there. And Richard filled in for you, Patrice. I reached over to him. He was sitting next to me, giving me all kinds of trouble. So I reached over to him, and I did explain that he'd need to carry the day, that you wouldn't be there. But and he had good points. You know, he expressed compliments to you for the work that you have been doing with WIR. So anyway, it's been. Fortunately, there is a break with the legislature. We're not having, our legislative agenda that we typically have been having is about 6 or 7 no's and 1 maybe that come forward. So we have a break from that type of legislation. So that's it. Thanks, Madam Chair. And great job, for everybody on what's happening, getting the money for the Upper Rio. My compliments go out to you guys. Fantastic job.
Good job. All right, other comments, questions? Otherwise, we'll move on. And we have discussion, possible direction regarding planning calendar. Do you want to discuss that now, Steve? Or I think our planning is.
Notes. Yeah, we're going to be in budget most of the time. We do have a couple of events coming up. We do have the remembrance for our dear friend Alta Edison, and that's going to be taking place on the 10th, I believe. Yes, on May 10th. And so I've just sent out the invitation from the county recorder to all of us, and so we'll be posting that. And that has been built into the budget schedule. So again, I think, and then tomorrow. The next topic, when we do updates, I'll ask Esther to give a quick update on the Secretary Fontes visit tomorrow and one other election related announcement that he wants to make. But again, Madam Chair, I think the planning calendar is in your packets for your review.
Madam Chair, I do have that one item I want to bring up there.
All right, very good. Please bring it up, Matt.
All right. So my understanding is that Bill Ring has done a rewrite based on public input and board input of the short-term rental ordinance. And I think, probably, and I'm suggesting a methodology, it could always be different, is that when Bill's available, when he comes back, that he be able to give a presentation of it, why this version versus the other version, the functional components associated with it, so that we could just hear it, ask questions if we need to, and then provide an opportunity to put it out there to the public so they can see that, and bring it back for an additional hearing. We can receive comment up until then, an additional hearing, so that we can set it up for a vote maybe in June. And it'll give enough time for people to look at it again, those that have been following this. But and that's a suggestion. I know some of us will be gone in June at certain points. We want to make sure that we're available, and definitely want to make sure County Attorney Bill Ring's available as well.
And yes, thank you. And I agree wholeheartedly on that. The way I believe it was left is that when he gets back from Hawaii, lucky stiff, when he gets back from his.
I got to pause for a second. I was thinking about Andrew's picture, and I thought, oh gosh, we should have mentioned that. Anyway,
when he gets back from his very well-deserved vacation, he is supposed to be doing that, and he's also going to be reaching out to some of the municipalities here in the around here in Coconino County that are also looking at this, so that we have a little bit of also kind of, if you will, coordination, or at least where are they coming from, that kind of thing. And I know he's planning to do that when he gets back. And I think it is 100%. I'm with you, Supervisor Ryan, that we should bring this back out for public comment and a public continuing with our public hearing. There are substantial changes in this. It's not a change in direction, but it's certainly a change in format and how this is being treated. So I agree with you, even though we may not need to legally, I think it's the best thing we should do for our community and to get their input get their input on it. So hopefully that's going to be coming in the not too distant future. He's getting back, I think, next week sometime, but be worth checking in and seeing when we might be able to get this before the board.
that would be wonderful. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. So, okay. And then just kind of going through update regarding possible community, regional, or administrative matters. I know we have pallet to pallet coming up. County manager, that many of us from the county will be taking part in. Anything else that you've got?
Let's see, yes, pallet to pallet is Friday evening. I think it starts at 6 o'clock, and we're posted for that. And then Esther Musta is going to go over the quickly go over the schedule for the visit from Secretary of State Fontes, and then he has another election related announcement to share with you. So Esther, if I could call on you to do that.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Esther Musta, Elections Director, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to provide an update on two important matters. The first one is the visit from Secretary of State Adrian Fontes to Coconino County. This is part of Secretary Fontes's visit to meet with all 15 Arizona counties to discuss current and future needs for the election cycle. And the first meeting tomorrow is with the Board of Supervisors in the board's chamber and starting at 9 o'clock. The secretary is also meeting, and his team are also meeting with the county recorder, Patty Hansen, and the recorder staff right after the Board of Supervisors meeting. And the last meeting for the day that they have is a tour of the election warehouse facility and a meeting with all the election department staff. And we are also using the opportunity of having Secretary Fontes here in Flagstaff to also, and have invited the county political party chairs, Laura Carter and Bill Culbertson, to meet with the Secretary Fontes to talk about, again, our values as a community when it comes to election. And at the end of the day, we're planning also to issue a press release on the visit. And then the second item I wanted to brief the board in is that I'm excited to share some excellent news in our recruitment efforts. We did a regional-wide recruitment for the Assistant Elections Director position, and we have a very highly qualified candidate that will be joining our county team. Her name is Whitney Jusak, and Whitney has brings some great extensive knowledge and in administration of election, and her previous role was with the City of Phoenix as the deputy clerk. The City of Phoenix administers their own election, so that was a great. Whitney's a great addition to our county team, especially as we look forward to getting ready and preparing for the 2024 election cycle. One of the things that everybody during the interview process acknowledged and recognized with Whitney was not only her commitment to administering free and fair elections and examples that she had, but also a great desire that she expressed to be a election professional in Coconino County. So we're looking forward to having her join our county family and on May 8th. And as part of the onboarding process, we'll schedule some time to meet the board members as well. So that's the update that I wanted to share.
Thanks, Essler, and thanks for your hard work on getting this together with Fontes. And I think that's going to be a great meeting. Some of us were able to meet with him this last weekend. It'll be good to see him again and introduce him to elections and your tour of what we're doing here in Coconino County. So thank you.
And then finally, Madam Chair, so tomorrow for the board meeting, the morning will be with the Secretary of State, and then lunch is on your own tomorrow, and then we will be reconvening tomorrow at 1 o'clock out at Highlands Fire District for the afternoon budget session. So again, 1 o'clock start tomorrow afternoon. Thank you. Those are all the announcements.
Thank you. All right. The only other announcement I think just to add to this, and maybe Vice Chair is going to bring it up, but Vice Chair will be going down to Phoenix for the Environmental Excellence Award. And he'll be joining our Parks and Recreation staff. They are up for consideration of their award for all of their wonderful work and accomplishments on the Liz Archuleta Park. And it's very exciting and looking forward to hopefully them bringing back the prize. And really appreciate Vice Chair going down there on behalf of the board, and certainly appreciate all the hard work that Parks and Rec did. And they certainly deserve the nomination, but they deserve the award. So we hope they bring it home. So thank you. All right. Anything else? Any other events coming up that we need to talk about? Otherwise, we're going to go to round table medium. Somebody said, is it light or is it heavy? I said, we're going to be medium. So let's start on round table medium. District 2, let's start with you, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. Well, you stole my thunder about this weekend, but that's okay. I will be going down to that event on Saturday, rooting on our team, and hopefully we will come away with an award. And if not, just the fact that our team made it to that point is a big accomplishment. I'm really excited for them. Some other big notes of things that have been going on, in particular, recently with the snow melt, there's out on Held Ranch Road has been stopped up. And so 2 weeks ago, both Public Works and the County Sheriff's Office search and rescue teams stepped up to the plate and went and helped get the crossing at Held Ranch Road usable. Public Works used river rocks to fill in the gaps so that people could get in and out, because there were people trapped there who hadn't gotten what's called trash service or water service in over a month. And so this allowed some traffic to come in and out. And then search and rescue did shuttles for vehicles that couldn't get across and help bring people across the crossing for several days. And so just wanted to put a shout out to both Public Works and the Sheriff's Office for their efforts to help folks out in Harold Ranch Road. I'll be meeting with Public Works on Friday, and we'll be looking at what kind of long-term solutions are possible. So again, I just want to say thank you to the team for hearing the need of our community and stepping up and looking for solutions. I also had the opportunity of being part of the Boys and Girls Club Youth of the Year award ceremony last week, and I was the keynote speaker. So that was kind of a cool experience to highlight the efforts of our youth and the Boys and Girls Club in Flagstaff in Northern Arizona. And so that was an enjoyable event. And then I also had the opportunity of attending the Teacher of the Year event on Thursday, which was run by our superintendent of schools, and that was a well-organized event and a lot of fun. And it was great seeing teachers, both new teachers and veteran teachers, recognized for all their efforts in teaching our youth and spreading the joy of education to youth in our county. So congratulations to all the winners. And then let's see, I had the opportunity of participating in the Earth Day celebration, the County Earth Day celebration on Thursday, and that was a neat event. And thank you all staff who contributed to that. I thought it was well done, and I thoroughly enjoyed my time there with folks. And let's see, I had the opportunity of attending a community meeting with the Community Healing Change, and that was held by the Coconino Coalition for Children and Youth. That was an interesting meeting. It was fun to participate. And then once being there and listening, I found out that that was in part funded through our ARPA dollars. So that was cool to see some of our ARPA dollars put into meetings in the community, spreading. Basically, it was ways for families to teach resilience to their children and how to deal with stress and how to share that with other folks in the community. So it was a good event. I really appreciated attending that event. And let's see. And then I had the opportunity of attending the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association monthly meeting, where we discussed some of the upcoming projects, including Radio Sunnyside, the Market of Dreams, and the intention of working with the city to hopefully get funding for the Joe Montalvo Park renovations for a building and a community center in the Sunnyside. So we'll keep you updated on that progress. And then I did my usual transportation meetings, Mountain Lion Board. We're talking about the new electric bus that came out. And that's really exciting. And when you get a chance, if you can ride that bus, it's pretty cool. It's pretty quiet. And then also the NACOG transportation TPAC meeting. One of the big highlights was they were talking about the transportation safety survey. We will be putting that out in my next monthly newsletter. So hopefully we can get feedback from the community about transportation safety needs. So I think that'll be my report for this medium roundtable. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Vice Chair. District 3.
Right in the center of the board, kind of medium and all. I will, Madam Chair. Just quickly, I've mentioned them before, but we're developing them. We'll be going over with some of our staff and some of city staff to the National Astronomical Society for a presentation on dark skies and all the good work that we've been doing associated with that. That's coming at the beginning of June. WIR, which are all going to, but we just had a pre-meeting this morning, and it did a 160 sort of in terms of content. It's REPI wanting to expand their programs and discussions associated with it. So rather than just a focus on resiliency, I'll be going in more of a broader other areas that we also have been working with REPI processes and working together with other representatives from pretty much from the administration associated with REPI and a little bit with NACO folks on that. And so Jenna and I will be working on that pretty soon. And what is it? Coming up in a week or two, I'll be out in parks with the Forest Service on working with Ponderosa Fire. Actually, in this case, they're coordinating, but it's an effort we launched pre-COVID. We were trying to get the community together on preventative measures associated with fire and speaking to the parks community. And so it looks like we have some really good coordination that's been going on with Ponderosa Fire, as well as they working together with the Forest Service and some of our folks to go into that. That'll be a Saturday event. First time to be back in the community in a while, so that should be nice. And then what is it? They are some of the primary pieces. You've been updated on Bill Williams Mountain. We'll just wait and see what the Forest Service does with our letter being submitted to the Forest Service. They go through their process. They'll come back with recommendations on where what it requires, NEPA, et cetera, and responding to some of the comments that have been provided by everybody on that. And then legislative, as you know, it's calmed down a little bit, so that's good for now. But really, the focus is budget. That's where it's shifting. We're not going to see too much related to bills anymore, unless it's last minute antics. But it's good that we do have this delay, and they can focus on the budget, and hopefully we can get something that really comes through. And at the state level, you all saw, many people saw, Governor, Secretary of State, as well as our Attorney General all came to town, and we're here, and they're working hard on behalf of the state. I can say that, and many of you can too, from what you had seen. That's most of it. Roads are the big thing in the communities right now. Now that our guys they're just working so hard, trying to play catch up with everything. But the potholes was the next piece, and so I've seen them out in communities. They're trying to catch up with what's going on. So we're just barely. Like I could tell you in my own community of Mountain Dell, the Sinclair Wash stopped Thursday, Friday, somewhere around there. It's been flowing for the past several weeks. So this elevation is gone, and we're seeing it, and it's drying rapidly. But then it's going to move up in elevation, and you're seeing the effects. And we saw today on today's agenda how our and Geronimo was just commenting about the Harold Ranch Road situation. We still are seeing the effects of the meltdown while we're also going through the drying. So anyway, Madam Chair, lots going on as always. That's a medium presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. District 4.
I'm here. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. A lot's happening here.
I put you to sleep, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, Judy.
No, I turned my volume off.
Good.
No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, it's been a real busy month this month. A lot of things happening. First, we're still attending all the planning and chapter meetings of all the 6 chapters that are within our districts. And those are 2 meetings per month. And also still attending the Western Navajo Agency Council meeting every 3 months. So we're really advocating and working with them as far as their needs, and just giving them, hooking them up with the proper people, just anything that we can do to advocate and help them, to move forward with some of the plans. Like in Bird Springs, they're wanting to do a bridge. So we've been in contact with Orlando Teller and the BIA, Leroy Gishi, and the local BIA and the Navajo Nation regarding, how that bridge. I know there was a lot of funding for bridges there for the Indian country, but nobody has really used it. So next, the deadline came and went with, even though we've been trying to get, some kind of people together to get that grant going. But this year, we're hoping that we can all get together and, get some kind of proposals in, to get some of those. But we're identifying bridges, culvert replacements, and then cattle guards and, things like that. And so basically guardrails, and we have identified working with ADOT regarding some of the guardrails that we're looking at that were for the safety of the people that live within the Coconino County on the reservation, and then also off the reservation. And then so that's basically what we're working on as far as all the chapters. And there's a lot of other stuff that were their needs, so But we want to be really involved with the chapters. As you know, within the next 4 years of the next election, the 2 more chapters are going to be added on. And so I think it's very important that, we start doing that. But so anyway, that's what we're doing. We had a project that we were doing with Cameron, and the culverts were placed. And as I had mentioned before, those culverts have been placed at by a home that where there were like 6 or 7 elderly families living and with their families, and they were kept away from their homes because there was water going through, in a certain area, and they had to sleep on the other side of the road. And then watch their livestock from across. So we got those culverts fixed, and we worked with them, the chapters closely. We worked with BIA. Also again, Navajo Nation, and then we also worked with Eastern Agency Transportation Department, and they were the ones that fixed that culvert, which is really real nice. Now the road is higher than it was, and now the families do not have to worry about that. The other one is the cattle guard. We finally secured a cattle guard, but as of today, we're still trying to find out how we can get that put into the ground. So that's another area that we're looking at. So I know that, working with the chapters like that, when talking and advocating for them, I think, we can do a lot with the chapters. Doesn't have to be money, it's just something that we can talk about and get things done. So I'm really happy with that. So, and of course, we did our tour the same day that they had that East Valley Brandis corridor meeting. It was nice to go with Lucinda and some others, to go out to the flooded areas, drove around, different places where some homes were flooded and things like that. So I really enjoyed that visit, and we did get a chance to talk about it. And so I was really happy with that. And then also, we also had that Chris Mays. I think she was very excellent and, really, really coming out, and she's very attentive, and that she's very responsive. And I think, she would be able to assist in a lot of ways. And I enjoyed that presentation, which was possibly the 6th day, April 6th, I believe it was. So, and then we also had a Navajo Thaw meeting. Navajo Thaw is the Bennett Freeze. People are inviting us to come to their meetings and stuff like that to talk about the Navajo Thaw and how we may be able to start getting homes back up for our families, or homes for families and things like that. So, and a lot of them are including veterans. So, and then we had Navajo Nation ARPA. All the chapters in our district met that day. And they talked about all their needs, their wants, and as far as ARPA funds were given to them. And so we kind of told them, that these are probably things that we see that may be doable right now to do. And so we kind of plan with them, and we talk to them so we know, what their needs are within their areas. And mostly on the reservation, all the needs are pretty much the same anyway. So, and then we had a library board meeting that happened on the 13th, and the presentation that you had seen is something that we went over. And then also we got to meet the new director, and so I'm just very confident that she would be a person that would really help the library board and the services that are being provided. And she's come from a position where she's worked the same type of services. So I'm really confident in her that she'll run with it. Also, again, we had Forest Lakes was wanting to have us go down, and I couldn't make it that day, but Angie went down to Forest Lake on the 18th. And with the Parks and Recreation, one of the staff from there, and they talked about trails within the communities, and basically they want our support, to do a grant, a letter of recommendation or letter of support, to really go out and see if there can be 4 tracks or something going in in the forests and things like that, and making a trail. So that was the main thing that they wanted. And so Angie was free that day, you know, to go and attend that. Did a new welcome address for the new employees on the 19th. And so got that out of the way, and we have new employees that are there, and some of them have been there for not too long yet. So I enjoyed myself and just gave them an overview of what, you know, coming into and being part of a county team, and that, you know, we're making things happen, and that, you know, we're glad that you're part of this team, and that just gave them a small talk. And then the same day, we got a call. We had asked them for a meeting with the president and vice president's office of the Navajo Nation about 3 weeks or almost a month ago. And the day of the 19th, they called us that morning at about 9 after my new employee orientation. They called and said, well, we're ready for you at 2 o'clock today. So we just dropped everything we did and we just took off, and we were gone. And we got there right before about 1 or so, and we met with them regarding all the issues, concerns, funding, anything you name that has to do with the Navajo Nation that we're seeing, all the way down to what I was talking about, the cattle guards, the culverts and bridges that we want, and you know that people want, and all the just anything that had to do with the floods too. So we just went and talked about veteran homes, talked about student housing. We talked about, you know, how possibly we're doing a trailer court for the students at Twin Arrows, or maybe somewhere around there. Just a lot of different topics came up during that time. So I was very happy that we went, and we got back late, but it was something that we really wanted to do, and we're doing right now, writing it up, and we're going to be sending them with recommendations. The MOU, that's coming up, that needs to happen with maybe a cooperative agreement, and then also possibility of having the same amount being given or provided by the county, the Navajo Nation, and the BIA offices. I don't know how they're going to work that, but you know, those are some of the things that we talked about with the Navajo Nation offices, the president's office. And then we did also attend the same day. There was a meeting with the Navajo Nation Council, and we listened in, and you know, they were talking about various issues and things like that. So it was nice to go back, you know, to listen to the new council delegates, their plans, you know, how how they would like to see things, and and so that's what we did too. So met our council delegate there, and also the So, who's a delegate from Tuba City, and we talked to them about certain issues too, so that they're aware. And so they really were very receptive of our visit, and things that we had to share with them. And then the Teacher of the Year award festivities, that was excellent. I really enjoyed myself there too, and I know, you know, three board members were there, and I think, you know, that it was well attended, and everything was set up nice, and you know, the speakers, you know, they were excellent, and so I enjoyed myself too also during that time. And then Earth Day, I went to Loop community, picked up trash right there in front of the store, and then also in coal mine, and then passing back through, I went to Cameron and picked up some trash, you know, along the roads. And I didn't wear my name tag or anything, but I just went and did that. So, but that was fun, you know, all day, but I got sunburn from it. So, and then Earth Day, Wishmaster Park, Saturday there, we had a good time there too. So we gave out a lot of information, and we received information, you know, that's going to be helpful in our activities, and also things that we talk about here as a board. So basically, that's where it's at. And now we're kicking off the budget meetings, and then for this week, and you know, having some board meetings. So it's been a very, very busy, and I think, you know, we do a lot of talking for our constituents, and you know, and being visible out there they're very appreciative of that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Judy. I'm glad it was just medium. Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, well, it is busy, isn't it? So we just wrapped up our tax services. So I just want to thank our county manager, Corey. We had a whole team that really worked with us to provide tax service this year again. We started off late because the IRS did their territory, they call it. We used to be able to work with New Mexico, and we were ready to launch when they told us we could not do that again. So we had to revamp our plan, and we had to get an IFA number ourselves. And so we started at very late. So up to today, there was quite a few that we had to do past taxes, bring people up to date with their taxes. Just because of pandemic, there are many that didn't have them. So those are taxes that we corrected. We are certified with the IRS. Maybe I'll just back up and explain how this works a little bit. We work with 3 IRS agents, and we all go through training and get certified as tax preparers. So, and then everybody receives a certificate of being a IRS certified individual, and that's how we do our taxes. So we can correct taxes, the staff, the volunteers can, and also we also can do back taxes. And so anyway, we just completed that. We're wrapping it up right now. There were quite a few extensions, so those are going to continue and help them to go through that process of completing their taxes for this year. We also have, so I want to just thank the county for supporting us again, and that we had our broadband meeting at Saley that continues with the 4 states on all the counties and the tribes. We are at the point where we're really looking at trying to see where the right-of-ways are. When we did we're working with the federal congressional delegation and departments to really help us to with the federal right-of-ways to ease that up a little bit. So when we went to Congress, that was part of our federal agenda. Then that's still needed. We just scheduled our first responders, and we have not had this in some time. The first responders are asking for get together again, and I started this right after I was elected. Where my district and all of our districts basically are like this, but there are basically really multi-jurisdictional areas. In my district, I have BLM in my district, and so and then the national park, national recreation, we have tribes. So we started this Colorado Plateau First Responders Network, and we're going to have that again. And that's going to be on May 15th. And we work with Glen Canyon Recreation and other law enforcement, our sheriff, to be able to host that. And so that's going to be happening again. Our regional trails, I really want to thank our Parks and Recreation, Cynthia and her crew. This is something that we started right after the shutdown. Well, probably before the shutdown of NGS, trying to see what is it that we can do now and what is it that we can do in the future, trying to really see what economic development and what can we work on. And trails was pretty much an easy one. These are trails that are existing trails that have a parking lot, and our Parks and Recreation board commission member Steve Mongray and team volunteered. They're all volunteering and taking their phone as their GPS and GPSing these trails and creating a website. I understand we have a contract in place now, and then putting a flyer at the trailhead so people know where to go. If there needs to be a someone that has to go with them, a guide, then they'll be doing that. We just met with the Tlichi chapter, and they have identified 2 trails. We're working with the various chapters in the regions, and then also BLM and up towards we're right along the Utah Arizona strip. So we work with King County, Fredonia, and all the agencies just to make sure that we're identifying trails that can be part of this trail system. So that's just something that so that one is going really well. At some point, we'll be able to do a really good presentation for the board. So I want to thank the board for supporting that. The grant came through the board. You all approved it. We had a meeting also with the Sheriff's Department and the Navajo Nation Public Safety and First Lady and the President's Office on murdered Indigenous women and other cases that may be of common between the two. We're also following up with another meeting on that. We're also working to schedule the Flagstaff Justice Court hearing in Tuba City. We're working on that right now. We did a taxes in Page and Fredonia. I guess I'm going back to that, but we also, the arts festival went off really well in Page. But I want to thank, going back to taxes, because I want to thank the mayor and the city council for working with us in Page and getting these taxes done. We did them over at the townhouse, and also the Fredonia Library and the city council and mayor there. Really want to thank them for their partnership in getting that done. So we were able to reach out next year. We hope to be able to start it sooner and be able to get that done. The other thing that we restarted also is the birth certificate. There are many that have their late birth certificate that really get that done, because in Arizona, our driver's license has changed. So everyone, make sure you get that golden star on your driver's license. If you don't have that, it's gonna be a challenge traveling here soon. So we restarted that. We're having that done, and we have that at the Tuba City office. We continue to work on the abandoned buildings in Tuba City and across Navajo Nation, but mainly in Tuba. And right now, we're working with the Navajo Nation Washington office. I want to thank Keith and Gregory and working with on these issues, and also our congressional delegation and the Navajo Nation Washington office director. We just met with them again in Window Rock when we were on our way back from the broadband office and the president's office, the chief of staff, just on these issues again. So we continue. We also submitted some more names and lists of students for the Starlink. I want to thank Matt Fowler and and his team for working with us on that. We have a big announcement that's going to be coming through soon on that one, but it's still a secret. So I'll just put that out there for now. So thank you so much. That's all we have right now. Thank you. And of course, we can always deliver more. We continue to participate in all the meetings, like the NACO meetings. WIR meets with the RAC meeting, the Rural Caucus the Rural Action Caucus NACO, which I'm the vice chair of, meets with WIR as well. So just to put that out there. Thank you so much. And I know we're all very busy, but it's really good work on behalf of the county and our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I'll just kind of try to wrap it up here. And yes, it has been obviously busy time for all of us. And it looks like it's going to be a busy summer. So first is just continuing on behalf of the county to participate in the rural groundwater management working group, and advocated, as Matt Ryan is aware of, with the state legislature and trying to get some groundwater legislation through. That has not happened this year, at least not yet. If they do a strike everything and put in a new bill, it's possible, but not likely. Also, on behalf of the county, I did send a letter to the editor to the Arizona Daily Sun, which was printed, again, advocating for rural groundwater management and pointing out that we need the rural groundwater management to determine the fate of our rural communities, and certainly here in Coconino County. With Judy Begay participated in the Earth Day program at Bushmaster Park, and Park and Rec were there. Basically handing out materials and talking to folks, and it was a nice day. It was really, besides the fact that there was no W on that which will not be named, it was just a beautiful day. And it seems like many people throughout Coconino County were in attendance and talking about sustainability and what they can do to lower their water use. I also, much like Matt Ryan, went out in my community to see how the drainage was happening, and went into Fort Valley, and it was very interesting. But you're exactly right. In the last week, that substantial water flow has in fact backed off, and it is amazing how quickly some of that water is dissipating, just showing how dry our lands have been out here in Coconino County. Of course, they still have somewhat of a lake there, and met with community development and also Public Works to talk about some changes that will be made to the Snowball Road, adding a culvert, and hopefully help with some of the natural water flow in that area. Also, with Judy Begay, attended the Teacher of the Year, which was really fun, and it's such a wonderful opportunity. I know many of us from the board added some of our CI funds to participate in that. And I want to congratulate all of the nominees. I mean, these teachers, they don't get recognized enough for all the work that they do and all the work they do here throughout Coconino County. And I was pleased that my neighbor, Emily Fisher, from Marshall Elementary School, ended up getting the Teacher of the Year award. And we also have Josie Teagarden from Mount Eldon Middle School was the Rookie Teacher of the Year. And then Brad Houston, some of us know Brad. He has been a longtime educator out there at the Grand Canyon Unified School District, and he received the Lifetime Achievement Award. So it was really a nice day to honor so many of our wonderful educators here throughout Coconino County. And like many of my colleagues, we also participated in FEMA training that was conducted by our own Emergency Management Director, Wes Dyson, and Tim Carter. And it was really good. I know Supervisor Fowler was there, and I know Vice Chair Vasquez also attended virtually. And I thought it was really great information, and appreciate the training that was provided. And then as Supervisor Ryan has indicated, we have been working with the county attorney's office on taking another look at our short-term rental ordinance. And I'm very pleased with some of the out-of-the-box thinking, if you will, of our county attorney, and look forward to having this presented to the full board for further review and discussion. So hopefully we can wrap it out to the public, because I'm anxious to get the input from members of our public on this. I know they're wanting it. I know we all see the need for it, so I'm anxious to proceed with that. And also sat in and met the governor's wildfire emergency response manager, Will Green, and advocated on behalf of Coconino County to refund the DFFM monies, which we rely on, and which, as you know, we received almost $11 million of DFFM money, and asked that that be placed in as an ongoing budget item in future governor's budgets. So I think he heard us. I think he understood the need for that. So to be there for rural Arizona. And also many of you, I know Supervisor or Vice Chair Vasquez and I have both attended the NAH planning and zoning meetings done by the city of Flagstaff, tried to stay on top of what our community is thinking and appreciate the input that was provided by Andy Bertelson on behalf of Coconino County, and talk about our concerns regarding impact on communities in the area, transportation, as well as Fort Tuthill. And I know many of us are concerned that the way that it is currently laid out, the NAH development, it's really going to encircle, really encase Fort Tuthill on the north side and also the east side. And I appreciate Cynthia's advocacy and input, as well as Andy and the rest of the county team, because we do have a responsibility to preserve and protect our regional park here in Coconino County. We also had a Fort Valley tour, as I indicated. There's going to be a Fort Valley corridor meeting on April 27th, Thursday at 6:30, so that County Public Works and Community Development can go into greater detail on the Snowball Road. And I put that in my Facebook and social media, and hopefully we'll have a good turnout for that. And then Mountain Line, you've heard from Vice Chair Vasquez. We continue, we have a rollout of one of the electric buses. I heard the second bus has arrived. I don't know when that's going to hit the streets. And we continue to move forward on that, and that's exciting news. I'm sorry, I should say Metro Plan. Mountain Line rolled out the buses, but Metro Plan is continuing to meet on the electrification of our vehicles. And then last but not least, we do have the WIR conference coming up. In fact, we'll be traveling, we'll get through with budget, we'll get our clothes washed, repacked, get on the road, and we will be at the WIR meeting, which is going to take place in St. George, Utah, which I sit as one of the elected, the alternate for the WIR board. And I know Lena Fowler also is one of the elected representatives for NACO on there. So we're going to be busy. It's going to be a busy month of May. And I certainly appreciate all the advocacy and hard work of my colleagues as we continue to do what we can to serve our communities here throughout Coconino County. So thank you all for what you do. Really appreciate it. And that's what I have. And County Manager, is there any other wrap up that you may have?
No, Madam Chair, we've completed the agenda for today.
I love that.
That
Any
was
comments?
that was another medium. Yeah. All right. Hey, just if I could, just for a moment, I was visited, and I'm by community development staff in terms of outreach. I think they've done a really good job of taking a look at it, listening to the board, and just a reminder to everybody to be thinking about providing recommendations for people that they can outreach to. on that.
Are you talking about for the comprehensive plan?
Yeah, did I say the wrong thing?
Yeah,
Probably,
comprehensive
yeah.
plan, yeah, and that, yes, it's Melissa, and I know they sent us an email asking us to give participants for the comprehensive plan public participation board.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Just a reminder to everybody. I thought they did a really good job of pausing for a moment, coming back, but it also puts the burden back on us to help them find people that they can communicate with and work on the communications for that. So it's just a reminder on that. And Steve, I've already given you, but just in case I didn't, I gave you my 2 regional plan recommendations. Yeah.
They want 3 to 5 community contacts, I guess. So yes, thank you. And let's try to get those together from our districts and hopefully different communities within our districts and hand those on to Melissa Shaw. So thank you. Thanks for bringing that up, Matt. Anything else? Nothing else? Wow. It's 3:15. It's a beautiful day. Let's go enjoy it. Thank you all. See you tomorrow.
Bright and early.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.